in just 5 minutes. In just 5 minutes, RTV will bring you the greatest show on earth, Junkanoo.
I'll be on Frederick Street bringing you a sneak peek of each group's performance as they make their way down Bay.
And I'll be bringing you the rushers' reactions as soon as they hit Elizabeth Avenue.
I'll be in the mix bringing you all the energy from the fans.
The best team in news and entertainment brings you live coverage of the 2023 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade. Indeed, Junkanoo is alive. Everyone, and welcome to Bay Street. Junkanoo is indeed alive, and you are tuned in to the greatest show on earth. You are looking at a scene from high above now, the streets of Nassau, downtown Nassau to be specific. Bay Street is the focal point this morning, and in just a little while, so will Shirley Street. The cultural expression of the Bahamas known as Junkanoo. Hello and welcome to RTV's live coverage of the 2023 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade. I'm Jerome Sawyer, and in case nobody has told you just yet, Happy New Year. Well, joining me on this broadcast tonight, Megan Shepard, Jamila Missick, Marlena Leonard, and our digital correspondent, Christina Dragovich. We brought you the 2022 Boxing Day Parade for the first time, and RTV is at it again. Stay tuned as we bring you coverage of the 2023 New Year's Day Parade across the RTV network on cable channel 212, as well as the Our News Bahamas and Aliv Facebook pages. If you are headed out to the parade, take us with you. Hashtag your videos. Junkanoo is alive, showing us your area, as well as what is happening in your area for a chance to win some wonderful prizes from Aliv, and also post what you've been wearing or what you are wearing on the parade, and you never know, you just might win a prize. Aliv is the newest partner of the Junkanoo Corporation of New Providence, sponsoring the parade for the next 5 years, and joining me for this portion of the broadcast is the Chief Information Officer, Dwayne Davis. Dwayne, Happy New Year and welcome to the broadcast.
Happy New Year, Jerome. It's really, really good to be here. Happy New Year, Bahamas.
We are now at our second night of carrying this parade. We are back carrying Junkanoo as a country after a 2-year hiatus because of COVID-19. What are you most excited about for this morning's parade?
Well, outside of the fact that Aliv is sponsoring it, I'm just happy to be back on Bay Street, you know. 2 years is a big, 3 years is a big gap. And one like me, I'm from a Junkanoo family. You know, my daughter rushed with the Saxons Superstar. She's a Saxons Superstar dancer. So I'm looking forward to seeing her come up Bay Street. But it is amazing, the energy, amazing the people. And I'm just impressed with the organization by the Junkanoo Committee as well as the Royal Bahamas Police Force.
Now, I know that Aliv has been doing a lot of work in the background to prepare for the Boxing Day and certainly this parade, because you've had just about a week now to tweak some things. So really, what has been tell us a little bit about the work in getting ready for this morning's parade and accommodating all the folks who are coming out to get into the bleachers or to participate.
Well, as you know, on Boxing Day, we had some issues around the bleachers and tickets and so forth. So what we did was we had to go back into the app and make some adjustments to it. We came back on Bay Street. We counted every single seat. We renumbered all of Bay Street. And not only that, Aliv has deployed his own workers at each of the gates to avoid the confusion that we had then. Ever since Boxing Day, we have not slept. I mean, it's been really, really crazy. As you know, we've had meetings every day at noon to go through everything. We've gone through our checklist. I mean, as simple as, for example, with the Aliv vans, we brought in new generators. We got primary, secondary generators, and so forth. So we have done quite a bit to prepare behind the scenes.
Well, I just want to brief our viewers on what's on the screen now. Our first group of the morning, the Congos. They are in the starting gate. They're getting ready to go.
They're actually out the gate.
They're actually out the gate. That's correct. The Congos. They are our first group of the morning. The original Congos 2023, their theme this morning, 20 years of Congo's pride, African kings and queens. We're able to give you a view of that group as they are making their way down Bay Street, leading off this New Year's Day parade. Now, I know we've got a lot to get to this morning. Our Megan Shepherd is down in the hole, as we call it, as Junkanooers know it. That's where really the action kicks off. Our Marlena Leonard is at the end of the Bay Street lap where the groups turn off into Elizabeth Avenue, and we've got Jamila Missick, who is between Shirley Street and some other areas, and we're going to check in with them in just a moment. But the Congos, they are the first group out this morning. Their theme, 20 years of Congo's pride, African kings and queens. Just to give you a quick brief of what you're looking for, an idea of what you're looking for from them this morning. The Congo Queen, the spirits of our ancestors. The kings of the eastern tribes of Africa, faces of the Congos, African Queen, Mother Africa, tribal treasures, Congo's warriors, and the strength of the Congos. As you see, they are moving quickly down Bay Street this morning. One of the things I alerted the team about is that, in my experience, the New Year's Day parade moves a lot faster.
It does. And I think you'll notice that the group's also smaller for New Year's and Boxing Day, right? The uniqueness about Junkanoo being, my wife Rush, my son Rush, my daughter Rush, is that with Junkanoo there's so much time and money and cost that goes into preparing for the parades. So you'll find that many groups might leave, may not rush on Boxing Day, but then they'll come New Year's Day, right? And I see a lot of people looking at the screen and say, oh, wow, Bay Street's empty. That's amazing because 75% of the tickets have been sold for this event via the app, believe it or not. I guess a lot of people just coming out late, saying that it's midnight,
Yeah, I think in just a few moments we're going to allow you to hear some of the sounds of the parade. But in just talking about this group itself, this is one of the older groups. It's a B category group.
It is.
It's a group that is really from the heart of Fox Hill and from the Fox Hill community.
Yes.
You see there their lead piece now in brilliant colors. Their theme this morning, as we have said earlier, is 20 years of Congo's pride, telling you a little bit about the group itself. And I think the theme tying into the name, as well as, of course, the origins of the name Congo, the Congo, Africa, and their pieces this morning, their costumes, again, Congo Queen. You're looking for spirits of our ancestors, the kings of the eastern tribes of Africa, faces of the Congos, African Queen, Mother Africa, tribal treasures, Congo's warriors, and strength of the Congos. All right, so as this group is making its way up Bay Street, we're still awaiting for a little more performance from them, and we want you to be able to experience all of this. But in order to get to where we are in 2023, this cultural expression had to begin a long time ago. And we're going to allow you now just to learn very, very quickly just a little bit about the history of Junkanoo with somebody who knows a lot about it. Our Megan Shepherd spoke with the director of Educulture Bahamas, a museum dedicated to sharing the history of Junkanoo.
What is the history of Junkanoo? A simple enough question, but the answer, not so much. You see, this elaborate parade we admire each year dates back to the 1800s, when slavery still existed. Director of Educulture Bahamas, Arlene Nash Ferguson, telling me that according to British law, slaves were granted 3 days holiday during the Christmas time.
They used that time to steal away under cover of night, to reclaim their heritage, their history, to reclaim themselves. In slavery, you didn't even belong to you.
From leaves, feathers, shells, and sponges to seaweed, straw, and paper, indigenous materials were used to create costumes.
The first documented evidence of Junkanoo in the Bahamas is 1801. And it says words to the effect, and John Canoe came forth on stilts in style.
In 1920, when Prohibition was effect in the United States, tourists would travel to the Bahamas to enjoy their libations. Nash Ferguson says this propelled the festival to a new level.
So in the 1920s, we had prizes and some kind of seemingly light structure to the parades.
However, she credits the Citizens Masquerade Committee with creating the foundation of the organized parades in 1948. In 2004, former Prime Minister Perry Christie challenged the Junkanoo Committee to take ownership of the parades, thus establishing the Junkanoo Corporation of New Providence. Nash Ferguson says while she understands that things change, she believes in keeping some traditions alive.
I think we have to make a conscious decision. Certain things we're not going to let go because we don't want our festival to blend in with other festivals around the world. We want to stay very unique.
There to the one of the historians of Junkanoo. She is also the operator of Educulture, which is a museum dedicated to sharing the history of Junkanoo. You see here coming up on Bay Street, the Congos. They are a B group, the first group to come out of the gate this morning. You see the crowds beginning to grow as you get closer into Rawson Square. And you know, that's sort of indicative, I think, of the New Year's parade, because you get a sense that people are going to come a little later.
And as you can see, Genesis is right behind them.
Yeah, again, you begin to understand why this parade moves a lot faster, because these groups are lined up and ready to go. You don't have the usual breaks that you will get with a Boxing Day parade. And if Genesis is ready to go right behind the Congos, that tells you that we're moving very, very quickly this morning. But in just a few moments, we're going to allow you to listen in to some of the Congos as they make their way into the main area of the parade, which is, of course, Rawson Square. Our theme this morning for the Congos is 20 years of Congos pride.
Yeah, look like they're basically in front of John Bull right now, making their way down. Look at the people. I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing, Jerome, the amount of persons that's actually going to be out here today.
Yeah. I think once, I can tell you from the time that we have sort of surveyed the crowd and started this parade, I've seen it even double and triple. I'm talking about now the crowds.
And if you look at that part of the Bay Street, those bleachers are pretty much packed, right?
Yep.
And traditionally people think that, oh, I just need to sit in Roslyn Square or I need to be somewhere in that Scotiabank, but they give you a performance out the gate. The gate starts at Frederick Street and they come all the way up. So no matter where you sit on Bay Street, even at Z or M, which is by East Street, you get a very, very good performance. But they're progressing very well.
The original Congos, 2023, their theme, 20 years of Congo pride. Their lead piece making its way down Bay Street. You see there in the background some of their main costumes and some of their free dancers, you call them. These are the folks who really have a hard time at it sometimes because you're not right next to the music, and so if you're a free dancer or a costume carrier, you got to make your own music out there.
Then you just had off the shoulder piece pass just now, so it's real. Oh, that's the exciting part of Bay Street right there. That's on the screen, what you call the rollover section, right? that is when you get a fanfare, and oh man, that is one of the most exciting part of Bay Street, where everybody lines up by the straw market. So that's what's on the screen right now, that area down there. It's going to be really, really fun to hear the rollover.
And I think that's what people miss sometimes too.
Yes.
In the parade, we don't always. You don't always get to experience the rollover unless you are down there.
Oh yeah, unless you're through Junkanoo. I think this will be the first time that someone's actually brought you from the rollover. So Aliv, as you can tell, Aliv and Rev, we're trying to bring something different, right?
And of course, thanks to the technology.
Yes.
You know, years ago, you'd have to run
a whole bunch of lines
down there to get there. But through the wireless technology now, we're able to bring you that shot from down in the hole.
You were talking about preparation. That's another thing we did, right? As you know, we ran a bunch of fiber up and down Bay Street because we wanted to improve. We wanted to give you quality, high definition picture as well as good quality sound. So we basically reworked the whole parade, as you know, with your team, who's doing an excellent job as well too. But hats off to your team because you know this is your first. For many of them, this is the first time they broadcast a Junkanoo parade.
Listen, this has been a yeoman's effort, and I want to thank everyone who was involved. We had some complications for Boxing Day, but we regrouped immediately. And we were able to tweak a lot of things, and so I think our viewing audience will get to experience Junkanoo in a whole different aspect tonight, thanks to the technology. And thank you to the team that's worked so hard. I know in just a few moments we're going to go back down into the hole where Megan Shepherd is standing by, where Genesis is getting ready to come out of the hole in just a few moments. And so when Megan is ready, we're going to go to her, again, just to get that experience from down there. In the meantime, well, here she is. Hey, Megan. How are you? Happy New Year. What's happening from down in the hole this morning?
Happy New Year. So down in the hole, you're already experiencing just a little bit of challenges. So Genesis, they're bringing to the parade route Butterfly Kingdom. However, one of these costumes is actually having a little technical difficulties. One of the butterflies actually lost their wings. And so now they've had to pull over to the side while some other costumes went around, and they're just going to try and put that back together. So again, like you mentioned before, this is the hole where it's time to put those final pieces together on their costumes and just try to make sure what they present on the parade route is perfect. I don't know if you can see just like a little bit of right around the corner, the black and purple wing is trying to go back, and they're having just a little bit of difficulty. However, they are making their way down there, and so you can expect to see lots of beautiful shiny colors depicting the Butterfly Kingdom. And also they are anticipating, of course, everyone is talking about the re-emergence from COVID and taking flight into our 50th year of independence, and so they wanted to portray that by depicting butterflies in nature and just a beautiful rebirth. And so that's what's happening behind the scenes here in the whole. Slight technical difficulties, but I'm sure they will get it together in a matter of moments right before they head back down. Back to you, Jerome.
Thank you much. Before you go, I see a lot of people milling around, just moving about. That's a very different experience down in the hole. People get to see the costumes up close and personal. What's that been like?
Yes. It's been really good, actually, like you mentioned, getting to see them up close and personal and getting to see the finer details that you may not see up in the stand. So that's been a really great experience. I'm not sure if they like it as much when we're in their way, or like you said, people are milling around and getting bumped up. I've gotten knocked a few times, but that is all a part of the beauty and the experience of it.
Thank you very much. Our Megan Shepherd, she is in the hole tonight. We're going to be checking in with you a little later. Janice is a category group that's really, thank you very much. They're an A category group that's really been making their mark in the years that they have been coming to Bay Street. They have really established themselves as a significant player. As Megan said this morning, their theme is the Butterfly Kingdom.
Oh yeah, I mean Genesis is a solid group. You know, as you know, Genesis came out of the Saxons, as well as One Family. Boxing Day, they were solid. They were really, really solid. The music was good. So we really we're looking forward to a treat tonight. It's amazing. But when I mentioned the rollover, I got a lot of WhatsApps like, "What is that?" What the rollover is that down at the straw market area, when they line up the groups, the brass section normally does a fanfare. So all of the core fans of the Junkanoo group lines up in that area by the straw market. And then they do a fanfare, and then they go from the fanfare, and then they start with the rhythm drums, and then they start with the cowbells, and they start with the bass drum. Then they bring it all together, and then you basically get the brass section again. So the rollover section, as you can see on TV right now, that is the section where all the excitement is.
Definitely. We're going to allow you to experience some of the rollover in just a bit. But again, our first group on Bay Street this morning, you're
coming in the rosin.
You are experiencing right now the Congos. Their theme this morning, in case you missed it earlier, 20 years of Congo pride. They are swiftly making their way to Rawson Square. They're just approaching that intersection there at Parliament Street, which is just west of Rawson Square. And so they're moving in quickly into this area. Genesis is the next A group, which is right behind them. Dwaynezo eloquently described to us what happens in what the rollover and how that really gets the group started. And that's the momentum you need to take you straight.
It is
in throughout the lap, eh?
It is, yeah. Because I mean, one like me, if I wasn't here with the live, I would have been down there for the rollover section, right? Yeah. Then you'll make your way to your seats to watch the group go by. Then of course there's Elizabeth Avenue, which is the rest area. But by hands down, one of the most exciting sections of Junkanoo, in my personal opinion, as East Street boy, is Shirley Street. Shirley Street is it's just a totally different parade.
They call it the People's Rush.
Well, the People's Rush, because you know what, the be on Shirley Street is free. There are no bleachers. There's nothing fancy. All it is the die-hard fans of the Junkanoo groups. And man, when they get on Shirley Street, it's just be a whole new day,
Now on your screen right now, you see the beginning of the choreographed dancers of the Congos. Their theme this morning, 20 years of Congo pride, African kings and queens. So you see now, following the lead piece and the free dancers, you have got the choreographed section followed by the music. So the Congos, as you can hear, and even in the background of my microphone, they're being welcomed into Rawson Square. Of course, they'll be coming right over my shoulder. You see a shot there, sort of from our vantage point. I think that's the top of Scotiabank. So that helps you to sort of understand where we're coming from and the view at this point. But you see there the dancers, the free dancers, and the costuming of the original Congos, their theme 20 years of Congo's pride. In the background, choreographed dancers and that ever so important music that's coming with this big group.
I love the Foxhill Congos, right? It's a community group. They practice on the Foxhill Park, and I think, just about a majority of the members of that group is from that community. It's something like Redland Soldiers, they're off of Soldier Road. So the whole essence of Junkanoo, as you know, is where you grow up, where you hang out. Little birdie told me, Jerome, that, you're a Valley who really is a Saxon deep down inside. So, we understand it's a little rough for you,
I can tell, I will not entertain any conversations about Saxons and birds this morning. I'll leave that alone.
Well, the bird won the parade. The bird won the parade.
The bird won the parade.
The bird's the word.
Folks, we got some trivia for you this morning. Then we're going to allow you to enjoy some of the Congos. Here you go. Stand by. A live rewards program was designed to repay customers for their loyalty. How many friends do you need to refer to the Aliv network to get $25 cash back in your Aliv wallet? Go ahead and place your answers in the comment box on the My Aliv Facebook page. And if you are the first with the correct answer, plus you have to be the first customer who purchased any 7-day Aliv plan in the My Aliv app and provides proof via screenshot to Aliv's Facebook inbox, be the first, and you will win a brand new Samsung S22. Here's what you need to win. In the meantime, here are the Congos coming this morning with 20 years of Congo's pride, African kings and queens. All right, so we have just introduced our first group of the morning. Out of the gate now, Genesis. They're a bit a ways away. It gives us time to take a quick commercial break. We're back with live coverage of the 2023 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade right after this.
When the season is over, Rafa chooses to have all the luxuries a celebrity deserves. He stays at exclusive 6-star accommodations, makes appearances on the red carpet, and of course, only hangs out with his VIPs. Because in the end, true luxury is choosing how to enjoy life. 85 calories, European quality, Amstel Ultra. Choose your way to live.
So what does it mean to be back? It means a lot of things, but I'll just name a few for now. One, I get to be around all my Junkanoo colleagues in my organization, the Valley Boys, and the other groups. Two, I get to really express myself in the cultural forum that I love. And you know what? I'm just excited to be back.
Have you heard about Janae's Chesapeake Road's 5 days of Christmas give back? Get up to 20% off your toys or bicycles, electronic ride-on cars, four-wheelers, and motor tricycle purchases. All electrical item sales are final. Bring in a current year Janae's back-to-school purchase receipt, valued more than $50 excluding VAT, and get an additional 10% off. Restrictions apply. And don't forget the Christmas decorations, balls, and ornaments. Janae's Chesapeake Road's 5 days of Christmas give back going on now. Extended store hours till 7 p.m. Hurry in and get more bang for your bucks.
My journey has no limits. Experience makes me creative, bold, and beautiful. Sharing what I love brings joy. A plan for me just because I've earned it.
Introducing the Liberty Plus plans from Aliv. Switch today.
All right, so we are back to the 2023 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade.
Oh, I love the gap, Jerome. Genesis is in the square, just like that, my brother.
They are right upon us. The Butterfly Kingdom is their theme this morning. This group displaying Splash of Water, the Splash of Water Butterfly, the Snow Butterfly, the Butterfly Effect, the Blue Night Butterfly, the Butterfly Symphony, and the Pearly Eye Butterfly. Butterfly Catching, Butterfly King. All of these tied to this morning's Genesis theme. The Butterfly Kingdom. Our Megan Shepard reported just a little while ago they were having a little complication with one of their costumes. That's the nature of Junkanoo. You work, you pace, you build, and you hope for the best. But that's not always the case.
No. And if you're a true Junkanoo, you know you're building and pacing to the very last time, to the very last minute. And in the hole or around the corner by, for example, you have one group that's next to the old Hilton in the alley right there between Hilton and the parking lot. There's so much work goes into Junkanoo, Jerome. What a lot of people don't realize is that the participants invest their own time, money, blood, sweat, and tears into the costumes that you see. for Junkanoo. So there's no major sponsors for this. So a lot of them really basically build their own costumes.
And what I think people don't understand is that to build a costume build costumes of this magnitude, you have to have a theme and execute that theme. As I found out that, anyone can come up with a theme, but you have to be able to execute the theme. And you think of butterflies, well, even that, how a group is able to depict that theme really goes down to creativity.
Bahamas are very, very creative, right? And you got to depict that theme from front to back, right?
Now, and you're right. And listen, when you read the synopsis, as I will again in a moment, you'll learn a lot of things you didn't know. Like, in my ignorance, I'm not a great biology student or a science student, or, I didn't think there were so many types of butterflies, species of butterflies. But this morning, you are going to see the splash of the water butterfly, the snow butterfly. I think we got a glimpse of one there. The butterfly effect, the blue night butterfly, the butterfly symphony, the pearly eye butterfly, of course, butterfly catching, something that we all did as children.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And the butterfly king. But when you're able now to take that theme, get it on paper, but get it off paper into the building and the construction, and then comes the pasting.
Yeah, you got to build it, you got to lay it out, you got to paste it, then you got to fringe it, right? And remember now, the most important thing about these costumes, you got to do front and you have to do back.
You never want people to say your costume flat.
No. Because remember growing up as little kids, you just take the crepe paper and paste it on the back.
Paste it on the back.
Just
You
put it
only
on the
need
back.
front.
But now the back is almost as well designed as the front in so many ways. You know?
When you hear that MC say 360.
360! You got to spin that around and bring it,
I mean, look at it. You see here a great example of a costume that's fringed front to back. But look at the magnificence of these costumes this morning. And, over the years, you see the inculcation and the adaptation of different types of materials into this. You see the glitter, the shine, the pizzazz that, you didn't always see when I was growing up and you were growing up. It was the flat fringe.
It was. And, growing up as a little boy, I used to carry costumes. And back then, you only used to have one man on a costume back in those days, right? You had to carry it. Nowadays, with the bigger costumes, they allow you to have wheel in the back to help you take it across.
All right, we are ready now to allow you to enjoy some of Genesis. This is our first A group, the Genesis Warhawks. Their theme this morning, the Butterfly Kingdom. Let's take it all in, folks.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Genesis Warhawk. If you're a Warhawk fan, make some noise. So I got a question on you. Who are you waiting to see? Who are you waiting to see? Who are you waiting to see?
Two. All right. All my Warhawks, make some noise. Up next, guess who is next? Anybody can tell me? Who? The music makers, that's right. But before they come, I need 2 children from this side, and I need 2 children from the south side.
So our first A category group for the morning has come to Rawson Square. They're now headed down to complete that first lap on Bay Street. In the screen there, you just would have seen you just seen the Body of Christ Crusaders. They are getting ready to make their way proper onto Bay Street. But in the meantime, our Jamila Missick is standing by. My team is telling me that she is ready. Jamila, I know that it's been a busy morning thus far. Where are you? What can you tell us, and what's happening from your vantage point? All right, so I understand she's not quite ready yet. Dwayne, we've seen a very fast parade.
Yes.
Quite a performance here by Genesis in Rawson Square this morning. Came through with quite a bit of energy. Their theme this morning, quite exciting. We talked a little bit about it, the butterflies that they brought, but certainly a performance for them this morning here on New Year's.
Oh, definitely. And they're small this morning. I'm surprised at how small Genesis is this morning. They're a much bigger group. But it shows the difference between Boxing Day and New Year's.
Yeah.
And like you said to me before we came on air, so you don't know how they do it so close together, right? And it's amazing. But Genesis just rocked the crowd. We're going to probably have like a quick little lull between the groups. But as you can tell, the next group's already on Bay Street.
Yeah. All right, so we do have coming up the Body of Christ Crusaders. Their theme this morning will be the Great Indian Fellowship. I think our Megan Shepherd, is that what I'm hearing? I think Megan Shepherd is ready. We're going to go to Megan if she's ready now down in the hold. Megan, I know you have a busy morning as well. Can you fill us in?
Okay, so we are down in the hold. We are at the Saxons camp. I'm joined by Shane and tell us a bit about what you see happening back there.
Okay, what happens here in the hold? Stand by. Leaving the hold, you prepare and heat up the drums to warm up, get ready to put on Bay Street for war.
Talk about how important it is. I saw some of the guys really excited once they got their drums back from the fire.
Oh yeah, once you get the drum back from the fire, now it's time to war. So everybody's amped up. It's New Year's. It's a big parade, so ready to go.
Tell us, what are you guys bringing to the parade throughout tonight? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. This is my second parade, actually. So I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling pretty excited.
And I'm pretty sure you guys want to make a big comeback from Boxing Day.
Oh yeah, well, you know, Saxons are notorious for comebacks. We got 5th Boxing Day. That's in the past. We are in the present now, so we're coming for war. We're coming to put it down. Our fans know what to expect from us. We're coming to raise the dead.
Tell us, what can you say to your fans? I'm pretty sure you guys have heard all of the little comments and this, that, and the next. What do you guys have to say to fans and to your haters?
Well, our fans know, because our fans are loyal. They know we're coming back with blood in our eyes. And to all the haters, sit back, watch, and enjoy the performance. Saxons Superstars are here this New Year's Day parade to take it back home, the Mason edition, for all our fans and fellow Junkanooers.
As a newbie, second time, what do you say to the people?
Saxons in the morning.
That's it. Short, sweet, and to the point. Anything else you want to tell us about what persons can expect in just a matter of time?
In just a matter of moments, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, the Saxons Superstars here to celebrate the 50th Jubilee. We are coming down Bay Street with energy, excitement, and music. Be prepared. Get your popcorn, get your flags, get your pom-poms ready. We're here to do it. We're coming out. Watch for us. Saxons in the morning.
There you go.
Saxons in the morning again.
Alrighty, back to you, Jerome. Hey.
Thank you much. And can you just show us what's behind you with the drums? I know you talked about it.
Okay, we want to see this actually.
Yeah,
this is actually a very beautiful scene.
Yeah,
so.
I'd like to see that. And describe to us what's happening. I know this is where they heat the
what
drum.
I can start off by telling you first that it is really hot here. Tell us the importance of the heat for the drum.
Well, these are cow and goat skin. The heat expands the skin so you can get the quality sound, the quality Junkanoo sound. Without the fire, our drums would be flat. So it's a bit of chemistry involved with heating up the drums.
How far in advance before you hit the parade route do you guys do this? How long do you have to sit there?
Depends on the level of how good your drum is headed. So I'd say from 30 minutes to an hour in preparations to make sure all the drums are up. So you see our guys from time to time hitting the drums, checking the sound, making sure that you have the right for when we line up on Bay Street.
What is the sound that we're looking for? How do we know when it's just right?
When you get the deep bass, boom, 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 then you know we're ready for war. The drums are ready.
How many guys do you have on your drum line?
Well, we have about 40 this morning. We're about 40 deep.
So you're definitely going to be wowing the crowd when you hit it out there.
Always. That's our job, is to wow the crowd.
All right.
Awesome. So there you have it.
Thank you much, Megan. Thank you for that insight. You know, we promised our folks, even from the last parade, that we were going to give them a much different experience of Junkanoo, and we're attempting to do that, taking you behind the scenes. We're going to swing right over now to our Jamila Missick, who is standing by live as well from another vantage point on this parade. Jamila, I have no idea where you are, so you got to bring us up to speed and tell us what's happening in your area this morning.
All right, Jerome, I am here live on Frederick Street with the Paper Boys, and I have had the leader of the Paper Boys, Mr. Darcy. Mr. Darcy, tell me, how long has the Paper Boys been in existence?
This year will make us 20 years Russian. We're a fun group. We love the Rush, we love Bay Street, we love the Bahamian people, and we love our new sponsor, J.S. Johnson. They really rock us and took us to another level, you know?
All right, and you talked about being a fun group. Everybody comes to see the A groups and the B groups, so just talk about the importance of being a fun group and what you guys bring to Bay.
But the fun groups are designed that whatever stress you have, you come to the fun group. If you just want to let something loose, you come to the Paper Boys. If you want to let something go, you come to the Paper Boys. So this is what we are all about.
So if I want to join the group right now, what do I have to do? What can I do to become a member of the Paper Boys?
Listen, you can paste newspaper. Just bring some newspaper and a T-shirt and we got you. That's all you need.
All right, and show me a little bit about what we're going to see when you guys hit Bay.
What you want to see?
Yeah, what are we going to see when you guys... All right, okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Man, they're having so much fun. I think I'm about to be a paper girl after this one, Jerome. I think I need to get me some newspaper. I going on the road with them.
Jamila, I love it.
Back to you, Jerome.
Listen, I definitely endorse that message. Thank you so much, the Paper Boys. They're one of the staples here of Junkanoo, Dwayne. We saw the heating of the drums behind the scenes. Just another aspect of this parade that people really don't get to see and experience.
I tell you, what we're showing them is the difference is the difference of the parade. No one has ever seen the rollover. No one hasn't seen the drums getting heated. No one. Basically, when she was interviewing the Saxons, that's the area where they line up because, as you know, they're coming out as one of the as the next A group very shortly, right? So this is unbelievable tonight. Just totally unbelievable.
I know, and in just a few moments we're going to bid you farewell and thank you. But I want to talk a little bit about the crowds that we've seen, and we're going to go to this group in a minute. But the crowd and the ticket numbers that you all have been able to realize for this parade.
Well, to be honest with you, we have sold about 5,273 tickets digitally on the app or in the stores, and then the Junkanoo Corporation sold another 1,100 tickets, right? So today we have a total of 6,373 tickets sold.
Impressive
numbers.
numbers.
And that only left, and there was another 1,900 wasn't sold for Bay Street.
Dwayne, thank you so very much. We're going to go now down to the parade. The Body of Christ Crusaders, their theme this morning, the Great Indian Fellowship. We're going to say goodbye to Dwayne as well. Thank you so much for being with us.
Okay?
Appreciate it. Folks, enjoy the Body of Christ Crusaders, their theme this morning, the Great Indian Fellowship.
What's your name, sir? Caro, and where you from? Hang line. All right. 2. What's your name, sir?
Wilton.
Where you from?
Not so bad.
What's your name?
Brian.
From where?
Portugal.
From Portugal. All right, y'all get them all a round of applause. Y'all get them all a round of applause. No, ask me no questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, we also want to say a special thank you to P.S. Cora Colebrook, Under Secretary Montez Williams, Ms. Derica Grant, Ellery Delaveau, Sonia Pierre, Portia Sands, and the Honorable Mario Bullock from the
Body of
Ministry
Christ Crusaders. That's the group. Just came through Rawson Square. The Great Indian Fellowship was their theme this morning. They are a B group, and we are very happy to have had them go by us this morning. We do have a winner here. Siobhan Sherman was our winner from our first trivia this morning. And so congratulations. Here is a chance to win another prize. We've got another Aliv prize to give away, so stand by for us if you want to have an opportunity to win that prize. Now, if you're watching us on social media, we have a quick question for you. Which Junkanoo group placed first, second, and third in the 2016 Boxing Day Parade? Be the first to answer this correctly in the comment box. Plus, you will have to be the first customer who purchases any 7-day plan in the My Aliv app and provide proof via screenshot to Aliv's Facebook inbox to win a brand new Samsung S22. My guest now is no stranger to us. Ghislaine from the, Ghislaine, you wear so many different hats, but for the purpose of this interview, you are representing the Valley Boys as their the public relations guru, I call you. New Year's is always a very different parade from where I sit. It moves faster. Yes. You don't always have as many people. People would have gotten over the initial excitement of Boxing Day. So how do you really keep that energy going?
Well, the exciting, firstly, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to your viewing audience, your listening audience. Happy New Year to the world famous, most winningest Junkanoo organization,
I see
the
where they are.
But let me just say, this is 2023. And yesterday commenced the 50th anniversary celebrations of our country being independent. And so this particular parade means a lot to us because we know that there will be a lot of Junkanoo this year. There will be more Junkanoo than ever before, and we're about to get it.
We're about to get it big time.
Yes. So we will have this parade, which is the New Year's Day parade. We will also have our Independence Parade, and we will have the Boxing Day Parade, all in 2023, along with our Labor Day Parade that we usually have, and the Easter Monday Rush, that we will have. But see, what is exciting about the New Year's Day Parade is that during the Boxing Day Parade was our first from the inception of COVID. And so that was our first time back on Bay, and so it was like a regathering, and we saw all of our comrades, and we saw the street. We were back on Bay. This one, though, we good. We extra, because we done familiar. So we know exactly what is happening, we know where we're going, we know how we're getting there, and we know what it is that we want to portray. Like in us, the world famous Valley. We are bringing this morning Florida, the state of Florida. And as you can see, I'm almost in full character. Wait until you see my costume. I will be in complete character.
So how does one really take a theme like Florida and execute it? With my last guest, we talked a little bit about, the execution of theme and how important that is. It's easy, I would think, to come up with a theme. Because let me backtrack.
It is?
Well, let me backtrack. You can come up with a theme, but how do you execute that theme, I guess, is the critical part.
Go back. Because for the average person, Junkanoo ends as of this morning.
Sure.
But for us, it doesn't. Because when we think of a theme, we must think of the entire program. So you must think of what your banner will depict. You must think of the off-the-shoulder dancers, the free dancers, the step-down dancers, the naked dancers. You must think of the choreographed section, the brass, the conkalonkas. You must think of the bellers, the tom-tom drummers and the bass drummers, the foghorn players, conch shell blowers. You must think of the lead costume, the props. You must think of every aspect and how you will depict that theme. So you asked me about Florida. Let me say something. Florida is our neighbor to the north, and it's just like another part of the Bahamas, because you all know when we go to Florida, we go to Wally World and we go into Tajay.
You know, we believe it's our God-given right.
Yes. and you know, those of us that go to Miami, and you know, there was an acronym years ago where people said, remember when our own Bahamian naturalists, we traveled to Florida to help the Floridians.
Yes.
Remember, we helped to build Florida as we know it, South Florida as we know it. And so you will see a lot of that. You will see the Indians, the actual aspect of the Indians, what section will be what. You will see what our choreographed dancers will bring. You will see a little of who I'm depicting. And you will see many aspects of Florida, because people think of Florida and they only think of a certain part of Florida. But Florida is a real neighbor of ours, and we're here to pay homage because they also contributed in our independence. And so if you look at the history, look at when Sir Lyndon was alive, God bless his soul, and look at his own counterparts and his affiliates in our neighbor to the north, and what they brought and what they did. And then we look at the valley, because guess what? The Bahamas is only turning 50, but the valley will be 65 years old this year. So we also have a magnificent celebration. We have a celebration where we're going to show the Bahamas 65 years of an organized Junkanoo group. We were here from day one, and we're still here. We are still in the forefront of Junkanoo, and that is what is important.
You know, I think sometimes people miss how institutionalized these Junkanoo groups are.
Oh, yeah.
The decades of existence,
Yes.
the areas you represent, the
Yes.
things that you have done. It is that one thing that we unite behind. I don't think we unite behind anything else. I can almost stand out on a limb and say we do not unite behind anything else the way that we unite behind Junkanoo.
And the beauty of Junkanoo is that it attracts people from varied social economic backgrounds. It attracts people from varied islands. It attracts people from varied international statuses, and you'll see
To
why
be a
we
part.
say statuses.
There's so many different ones.
Yes, and it attracts people to a point where that loyalty, that exuberance, it lives and it reigns.
All right, so we're going to go over to our Marlena Leonard, who is at the end of the Bay Street lap, which turns into Elizabeth Avenue. Marlena, there you are. How is it? You've been there all morning. You're at the turning point.
I have. It's amazing. You know, people are coming through. Last time they were coming through kind of reacting to the parade, but this time they're all coming through and almost having an immediate reaction when they come through that corner, and it's, oh my goodness, there's Powerade, there's Gatorade, because that was kind of a very noticeable absence for a lot of rushers. Last week, I was like, where is the Gatorade? What are we going to do? Well, they're here tonight, and you can see they're all rushing that table right now, ready to get that refreshment. We've seen Genesis come in with their Butterfly World, and you know, these are heavy costumes. Everyone's exhausted when they come through, and as excited as they are, they're also ready to kind of take it off and catch themselves before they head back out onto Shirley Street. So everyone's really excited now to see that these refreshment counters are back, and we're going to hear from them in a little bit for maybe a little bit of an explanation for why they weren't here last week. But as you can see, they are very busy right now with very excited rushers.
Did you have any Gatorade, Marlena?
I haven't yet. I was offered, but I haven't yet. I don't want to steal any from the people who've definitely earned it.
Now, one of the things, Marlena, that we learned in preparing for this parade is you get a sense of how a group has done when they get to that turning point. If they're really excited and they think they've done well, they're going to rush it straight through. If not, they're just kind of walking like, whatever. what have been some of the reactions this morning at that turning point?
Well, I can definitely tell you that as Genesis was coming through, I had my phone out recording some of them as they were coming through, and those dancers were still giving it their all. They were definitely hamming it up, like they enjoyed that track. I asked them how they felt. They did. They were like, we killed it. It was great. There's a lot of confidence going on this morning, so we'll see if, the scores match the confidence, but people are feeling really good. We had a huge variety of reactions last week with people coming through. Some people were really happy, still playing their music, and some people were almost like fighting the second they turned the corner. So I'm curious to see what the reactions are like tonight.
All right, Marlena Leonard, she is at that critical turning point. If you know downtown Nassau, you know that Bay Street turns into Elizabeth Avenue. We'll check in with you again, Marlena. Thank you so much. Continue to enjoy. Have some Gatorade for both of us, eh?
I will.
Marlena's position right now is so important to us because when we banked through Elizabeth Avenue, the first thing we did was look right. And then when we looked right, we saw just absence and just silence. And so we know that's so then we look left. And the left is where the buildings are. And we looked right again because we wanted to know, maybe they repositioned in another area. So then we traded around and we walked further north to the foot of Elizabeth Avenue and Shirley Street to see whether or not they may have perhaps been in the parking lot.
No Gatorade.
Oh my goodness.
We gotta take a commercial.
No Gatorade.
We gotta take a commercial break. Happy that they're back. Stay with us. You are watching live Junkanoo coverage of this 2023 New Year's Day parade on the RTV network. We are back right after this quick commercial break.
First we plan, then we innovate, then we build. At Bahamas Striping Group of Companies, we are committed to quality, to safety, and to service. We know that the road you take is just as important as your final destination. At Bahamas Striping Group of Companies, it is our job to make sure the road and the ride are as smooth as possible. From striping roads to building them, we are the right choice, the trusted choice, the only choice to help you build your tomorrow.
It's going to be amazing. The hype is through the roof, after 2 years of downtime and all of the other, rest and relaxation. Junkanoo is back at it in 2022, and we're preparing for our phenomenal culture that you can only find in the Bahamas, known as Junkanoo.
When the season is over, Rafa chooses to have all the luxuries a celebrity deserves. He stays at exclusive 6-star accommodations, makes appearances on the red carpet, and of course, only hangs out with his VIPs. Because in the end, true luxury is choosing how to enjoy life. 85 calories, European quality, Amstel Ultra. Choose your way to live.
We are back on Bay Street. The Music Makers are on Bay Street. Their theme this morning, Bahamas Treasures. Their costumes depicting the spirit of Junkanoo, the cruise ship, joyous celebration, quintessential showcase of Bahamian art and culture, national symbols and national treasures. The Music Makers. We're going to allow you now to enjoy this group as they come through Bay Street this morning. are well into the 2023 New Year's Day Parade. We are up now. Colors is in the out of the gate and on the route. We have just experienced the Music Makers, a very strong force a few decades ago, 70s and 80s, and they've got a pretty good sponsor now with the Royal Caribbean, I think, back on board, and so they are really much a group to look out for in the coming years.
But Jerome, the Makers are a formidable group, you know.
They are. Their music is always fantastic.
Listen, their drummers were the best drummers and still are the best drummers, some of the best drummers in Junkanoo, because a lot of the drummers today have learned from the Music Makers, learned from that pattern, the pulsating beat, the rhythmic
They
passion.
had this whole area moving as they came through, and good Bahamian music that people could get into.
Yes. Because you saw I was rocking.
Listen, I saw some members of the clergy over there dancing. We're going to ask them about that later. We've got a trivia to pass on to you as we get ready for colors coming through in just a moment. Now, Aliv created a Junkanoo 5 plan for Aliv customers to share their experience on Bay. If you are watching us on Aliv's page on YouTube, what is the cost of the Junkanoo plan, Junkanoo 5 plan, and how much data will you receive with this purchase? The answer, plus, you have to be the first customer who purchases any 7-day plan in the My Aliv app and provides proof via screenshot to Aliv's Facebook inbox, and you can be the winner of a pair of Logic earbuds. So, be sure and participate and play. We've got some great prizes this morning. Coming up soon, Colors. Now, Colors is a very strong B group. Comes with a very strong theme. They are the defending champions from Boxing Day, and they are now making their way onto Bay Street, almost into Rawson Square.
Yes, the Colors is not only the defending champion for Boxing Day 2022, but they are the reigning champions for many, many years prior to that. They've had, though, a good run from groups like the original Congos and Fancy Dancers, just to name a few. So there are a lot of B groups. The B division is extremely competitive, just as the A division is. And what is lovely about it is that it is a feeder system for the A division. Mind you, there are some members in the B division who do not wish to even participate in the A division, and that's fine. There's a spot for everyone in every aspect of
Colors,
Junkanoo.
their theme this morning is Gone to the Club. Now, not the dance club. The one is on to Rotary Boys Brigade, Girl Scout bands,
the civic organization,
the Greek organizations, all those great clubs.
Yes.
We're going to get to them in just a minute. Our Jamila Missick, though, is standing by on Shirley Street. For the benefit of our audience, we've got a stretch. Jamila, what's happening on Shirley Street? A lot of people have been asking me, what's happening on Shirley Street?
Jerome, I am here live on Shirley Street. As you can see behind me, the original Congos are here on Shirley Street, and their theme is 20 years of Congos pride, African kings and queens. Things are starting to heat up here on Shirley Street. I saw a lot of beautiful costumes passing me. As my cameraman will show you, they are here. Some of their choreographed girls and some of their free dancers are here on Shirley Street. Just showing you what they have to offer tonight.
Crowd like on Shirley Street? We always call it the People's Rush, but what's the crowd like on Shirley Street this morning?
This street is definitely the People's Rush. Everybody is just enjoying what the Congos have to put down right now, and everybody is pretty much waiting for the rest of the groups to come. You know, Shirley Street, it takes a bit longer for some of the groups to come, so they're just here patiently waiting. But they want to see what everybody has to bring tonight.
Not a lot of bleachers. If you can just show us, this is where the standing room is. This is the original Junkanoo for many people like myself. I know as a kid we came and we stood for Junkanoo. Bleachers came and it changed the game.
Indeed. But Shirley Street is
yeah,
the
no
best
bleachers at all on this side. Just standing room, and everybody's standing up, and they're okay with it. This is what they're here for.
Yes.
This is the true Junkanoo. Jamila Missick, thank you so much on Shirley Street, enjoying some of the Congos performance, and those groups are still going. Thank you very much, Jamila. Kiss Lane, you know, we talk about the real Junkanoo, but that's what the real Junkanoo, before we had all these bleachers and fanciness, this is what we did. We stood up.
Junkanoo is a spirit. It is a pulsating beat that funnels through the body, that allows you to experience an excitement that's beyond whatever your normal regime will be. Junkanoo allows us to be our ultra selves. because I have this ultra ego. You'll see it in a moment. You saw it on Boxing Day.
I know it well.
I got on these eyelashes and ooh, glory when that beat starts. And see, it is the limelight. It is the excitement, the lights, the camera, the action, and it is our way of our expressing ourselves and showing the world we are here. This is what we're about. You came to see us. We are
I
on
want
the
to
line.
point out this costume now we're looking at. We just saw the Lion of the Lions Club. The theme of colors. We're back on Bay Street now. Colors.
Yes.
Their theme this morning is Gone to the Club.
Yes.
Now, for me, when you say club, I think nightclub. So I had to stop a moment to really look at the synopsis.
Yes.
But again, when you talk about the creativity of a theme,
right.
me and my not so creative mind, I never would have thought of this.
Yeah.
But a brilliant idea.
Yeah, and see, that is what I spoke about earlier, because the theme and the exhibition of that theme are what is important, because one should mesh with the other. It should be a mirrored effect, and it can only be a mirrored effect when thorough investigation was done. So in this aspect, their theme is going to the clubs. So as you mentioned, you thought it was just a nightclub or something of that sort, but they did a little digging and they did a little research, and they are certainly exhibiting those varied clubs, those social clubs and all the other clubs that are involved in the Bahamas.
All right, folks, it is Colors. They are the formidable B group, the defending champions from Boxing Day. Their theme this morning, Gone to the Club. You're looking out for costumes like Kiwanis, Zonta, Rotary, Boys Brigade, Girls Guide, the bands, and the Greek organizations. We're going to allow you now to enjoy Colors.
And I must bid you goodbye, because I need to go and get dressed for my group.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ghislaine. Enjoy Colors. Take care.
Thank you.
come and see? Who you come and see? The big bad Saxon, son. Saxons, you all ready? I said, Saxons, you all ready? If you's a Saxon, make some noise. If you's a real Saxon, stand up. Ladies and gentlemen, they say Boxing Day wasn't right, but they accept that. So they said they coming back for revenge right now. If you're a Saxon, make some noise. Oh, son. Oh, son. The celebration coming.
Leave that alone, leave that alone.
coming! Ladies and gentlemen, this group of Junkanoo. They say one family win Boxing Day, so that's great. So they coming back with their team. They're coming back with their team. And ladies and gentlemen, the moon behind them. The moon behind the boxers. You gotta know it, but
Superstars are up next. They're in the hole. You witnessed some up-close shots of the banner as they're coming down. Their theme this morning, Commonwealth of the Bahamas, in celebration of the 50th anniversary Golden Jubilee. Saxons placed 5th in the Boxing Day parade. They have a lot to prove this morning. Can they bounce back and reclaim that top spot? Well, they're hungry, and so are their fans. You would have heard a little bit of it just a moment ago as they were preparing to come down. Their costumes this morning depicting national symbols. The coat of arms, a nation is born, Barbados with love, blessings from Trinidad, island in the sun, banners waving high, oh give thanks, 50 years, God save the Queen, and long live the King. I know that our Christina Dragovic is somewhere out there in the crowd. We're going to see if we can make contact with her, possibly. I know the music is right on her. Christina, if you are able to hear us. There you are, all right, there she is on the screen. Christina.
Good morning, Jerome, and Happy New Year. I am here on Bay Street. The crowds are getting riled up right now, but I'm here on Bay Street just before E Street. I'm checking out, how people are enjoying the parade so far. I'm here with Alicia and Dwayne. And how has the parade been for you so far?
It's been really good, actually. The group that just went, I actually saw a lot of my old clubs in it.
Colors definitely brought back some of the nostalgia that we had growing up, like brownies, Girl Guides, Rotary, stuff like that. What are you enjoying in the parade so far?
Just really the overall participation of the people again in Junkanoo itself. It's a great art, it's a great sport.
And you get some of the excitement, the liveliness of Rawson Square. You get to see them put on the show and then finish hard. So what has that been like so far?
Really, really good, actually. Really.
And are you pulling for anyone in this parade?
Maybe.
What about you? Are you pulling for anyone?
Volley in your belly.
All right, okay. Someone who's not afraid to admit who they're pulling for. That's good, that's good. Now, I understand that you all were also at Boxing Day. And what was that like, coming back to Bay after 2 years?
The people out here, crazy. Like, everyone was waiting for this. So, after the years of COVID, they bring it.
You could really tell that this was something that was missed a lot, and it's well deserved to have it back again.
And was there anything that you've seen so far in this parade that really stood out for you?
Like I said, colors did really well, so let's just see who wins.
Sounds good. Well, as you know, this gentleman here is waiting for the Valley to come out, but that crowd is really excited about the Saxons, so we will see what the morning brings. Back to you, Jerome.
Thank you very much, Christina. I tell you, you have missed, right behind you and at my back is where all the excitement is. This crowd is riled up and ready to go. Christina, I just want to point out something. Colors, they were depicting the clubs. You didn't point out to the crowd that you were Brownie of the Year one year. Is that not correct?
Yes, Brownie of the Year in 1994. Thank you for reminding me about that and everyone else. Yes, that's me.
Thank you very much. Our Brownie of the Year 1994, Christina Dragovic, will check back in with you a bit later. Thank you so much. We want to give you just a sneak peek of what's coming up with the Saxons. Their banner is on the way into Rawson Square, and the excitement is great. So I'm going to ask my folks just to swing us down to Bay Street just for a second so we can see what's happening there. I can tell you right at my back is where the crowd is really, really hyped, and they're screaming, and all this excitement is going on. You can see just Just over that shoulder, yeah. So that's where they're coming up right now. And the Saxons are in place and ready to go. As I said, they have a lot to prove this morning. They came in a disappointing 5th in Boxing Day, but they're all excited. But as we are awaiting the excitement here on Bay Street proper, which is Rawson Square, there is excitement elsewhere around this entire route. Remember now, groups go down Bay, up Shirley, and then back onto Bay. So our Jamila Missick is standing by on Shirley Street with some of the excitement there this morning. Just before, pardon me, she's on Bay Street where some of the excitement is heating up. Jamila.
Hi, Jerome. So I am here on Bay Street with a few hype and excited Saxons fans.
Hello.
Man, I could barely.
Saxons all the way. Saxons all the way. We might get 5th last week. This one over. We coming. We coming. We coming.
So you're looking to take home the first place finish tonight.
This morning is one. Number one this morning. Number one this morning. Number one this morning.
How long have you been a Saxons fan?
All my life, Ryan. Look at this. Look at this, man. Hey. Wow. Wow. You getting this? Look at this, man.
Jerome, they are excited. They're looking on in amazement at what the Saxons have to bring here this morning. This is so exciting for them right now. And they're hoping that the Saxons take home the #1 spot tonight, well, this morning. Back to you, Jerome.
Thank you very much, Jamila. She is in the thick of things. The Saxons lead. Pieces are upon her back. Thank you very much, Jamila. You got to get out of the way. You're going to get run over if you're not careful.
I am getting out right now.
Thank you so much, so much. So we are going to take you now down to the parade. The Shell Saxons Superstars. Their theme this morning, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, in celebration of the 50th anniversary Golden Jubilee. I can talk no more. It's down to the parade for you to take it all in. Here are the Saxons.
Yo. If there's a Saxon in here like that, make some noise. I say if there's a Saxon in here like that, make some noise. Something ain't right. What happened? So ladies and gentlemen, we got a big group coming now. And then after that, so ladies and gentlemen,
All right, so the Saxons Superstars, coming off of a disappointing fifth place finish, had something to prove this morning. And whether you are a Saxon, a Valley, or whomever, it's undeniable that they came this morning to reclaim that spot. And they put on a spectacular show here in Rawson Square. Their theme, Commonwealth of the Bahamas, in celebration of the 50th anniversary Golden Jubilee. From top to bottom, the Saxons really put down a performance this morning. It's in the hands of the judges right now. Their arch rivals coming up right behind. We're going to get to them in just a minute. But first, I want to welcome to the anchor's booth, Canino Knowles. He is my comrade at Our News, the anchor and producer of Our News at 7. Canino, you just arrived. You just got in the seat. It took you a minute to get through the crowd, but certainly we've seen a significant difference in the Saxons this morning.
I think seeing them perform today, this performance today, I think some may say should have happened a week ago.
I think they would say that.
But I do want to point out the national symbols we saw, the coat of arms, A Nation is Born, one of the costumes we saw there. And I know we had a back and forth about a particular segment of the group.
You know, it's always for me about execution.
Well, hey, I say that portion where we saw the dancers who were wearing costumes that the red and white and blue colored costumes, in my mind, they were signifying perhaps the old British rule. And right behind them was a group of women wearing the turquoise and the yellow. And you asked about the black, and I said maybe it's the people, right? The black in our flag.
The Bahamian flag.
Right.
Yeah. So we're going to check in with some of our team in just a moment. As you know, we have reporters fanned out all over the parade route, so they're getting into position, and as soon as they're ready, we're going to go to them. Now, one thing that's interesting about this particular parade is you have the arch rivals, the big two, right behind each other, the Saxons and the Valley boys. Of course, this all comes down to number picking, or Nervous Friday, they call it, and you pick your order.
Yeah.
So it just so happens that the Saxons this morning are preceding the Valley. Very different on Boxing Day, because you would have had the Saxons starting the parade and the Valley bringing up the A group, of course the B group in between. And so we're going to see that rivalry play out significantly. But while we await the Valley boys coming into Bay Street, we're going to allow you now to look at one of the pieces we prepared for you. We've got a lull in the parade, so we'll allow you to enjoy a little behind-the-scenes stuff. Now, drumming, as you know, is something that's predominantly done by men.
Yeah, and that piece earlier that Megan did, the drop that she did from the hole, where we got to see the drums being heated up and having that explanation. I remember as a kid seeing that happen in Eleuthera, where I grew up in Tarpon Bay, and when we were actually preparing for the parade, the same setup, I witnessed it and saw it. And
Universal.
truth be told, if you don't If you don't do that, you don't get the same quality sound. So as he was explaining it to Megan, I knew exactly what it was and why. And again, to see it consistently happen every year is one of those signals that this is really just so ingrained in who we are as a people that we have committed to doing that year after year.
And over
because
again.
hey, maybe we can find a different way. But hey,
So we've got something a little different. As I said, it's predominantly an instrument carried and played by men in Junkanoo. But more and more we see women taking on the role of drummer. Here's a piece now on a female drummer and what it means to be a female in a male-dominated section.
When that bass licking, when the brass coming and that bass, you got that double rocking, just, whew, that's another word.
Ever since the first day I picked up the drum, I fell in love with Junkanoo. My daddy introduced me to the goat skin. I used to be goat skin drum at first, and then I moved on to the tom drum drums.
The rhythm, it touched my heart. I could feel the beat. From I started, I listened, I learned by ear. When I heard them practicing after school, I was like, no, the drums, I have to do this.
A lot of people, I would say, still be shocked to know that I beat bass. I say a lot of people be like, wait, this girl is beat drum, bass drum, as that, like, we know many males to beat bass drum, no females, so, and I love that, like seeing people's face expression, that's a girl beating bass, yes.
I did not get where I am without going through formality. They see that I do have talent. I'm not just a girl picking up a drum because I'm picking up a drum. I can actually beat a drum.
So this, what I have here, is a plastic drum. We have plastic drums and the goat skin drums. Normally the goat skin drums would have to heat up by the fire to warm up the skin and get it ready. Gotta get that right, that fine line of that bass to kick in.
Basically, when I tune, I go from here to here, then do the sides, and then come as an X. So basically an X all over.
Use the island key for each one of the lugs, and you tighten, and every time you tighten, you tap it to see if you could get a quality sound. Looking for that sound.
This is the only instrument I've ever played in Junkanoo and will ever play in Junkanoo because I feel it. There's nothing like the Junkanoo beat. The beat comes from the drums. So this is the best instrument for me.
As a female, I feel like if you like to do something, just do it. You can't worry about what people say or what you think people might think about you. If you like something, just go for it and do it and be consistent. My favorite part would be
everything. I can't pick like one specific thing to say like, that's my favorite. I love everything about it. Down from the costumes to just the music, to the dancers, to the awe of the crowd, and the whole hype that surrounds it, everything.
The fans, just to see their expression, when you come down, especially Showtime Russian Square, you look left, you look to your right, and you see the crowd just moving and grooving. You feel them. So normally, most times when I rush, if I'm tired, you know what I do? I look at a fan, look at their rhythm, look at their body language, how they feel it. I get the energy from them to continue to give them the music so they can move.
When the whole group combines and the music is set, just rush.
The rhythm of the bass, love that. And I just love inspiring many females as well.
Nothing can be male dominated. At this time now, females are rising. Women run the world now.
I'm a female, I stand out. So once I beat my drum, I beat it to the best of my ability.
You can do it. If I can do it, you can do it.
Dominated anymore. I love that. That's the part that stood out the most for me. I really thought that was a really great piece, and thank you to our Ricky Barry from our digital team who helped to put that together.
Jerome, but imagine the stamina that you have to have to carry a drum.
Yeah.
I was watching Marlena in Elizabeth Avenue talking talking with the folks who had just finished their lap, and again, those costumes, how heavy they are. I imagine the same with the drums, and for these women to be able to carry them and to beat them in the way that we know traditionally men to do.
Hats
I
off
mean,
to them.
hats off.
Hats off to them. All right, and of course that piece was produced by a member of our digital team, Ricky Barry, and while we're talking about digital, we want to say a special hello and welcome. I know you've been with us for hours, to the thousands of viewers who are joining us via Facebook and YouTube. Thank you so much for joining us, especially those who are joining from outside of the Bahamas. So no matter where you are in the world or in the country, we are happy to bring Junkanoo to you on behalf of Aliv and certainly through the RTV network. And again, talking about digital, our digital team is well represented here today. Our digital correspondent, who has been online and now on TV, is our Christina Dragovic. Of course, she's no stranger to the TV audience. Christina, I don't know where you are. Where in the world is Christina Dragovic? But certainly bring us up to speed on where you are.
And keeping up. Now, we are 3 hours into the parade so far, and I'm pretty sure that everyone is hungry or thirsty or both. So I made my way to Parliament Street North, and I found Marcio of Bahama Capris. So tell me, what does your company offer here?
Okay, so we offer non-alcoholic and alcoholic Capri beverages and pouches. Something for everybody. The non-alcoholic ones are made with real fruit. Mostly lemonades. We have a strawberry lemonade, a peach lemonade, a regular lemonade, and the Bahama Blues lemonade, which actually has soursop in it.
Oh, that sounds delicious. And the weather tonight has been very conducive. So, but how does this compare to the Boxing Day parade? Are you seeing more people out here now, or were they out last week?
They were out last week as well. The weather wasn't as conducive as this. It came down for about an hour, hour and a half, but other than that, it was pretty good. Straightforward.
All right, and what has the crowds been like? You're getting a lot of families, tourists, locals. What are you seeing?
We're getting a little bit of everything. So we're getting some tourists, we're getting a lot of locals, and a lot of families. A lot of people bringing out the kids and so forth. That's why we produced the non-alcoholic just for the kids.
That's awesome. So like I said, everyone must be thirsty, and your business caters specifically to that. But what do events like this do for small businesses like yours?
Oh, it's awesome, man. It's been a 2-year hiatus for Junkanoo, and it's a real boost for the business. You know, all festivals we try to get out to, Junkanoo is one we've been trying to get out to for years, and we're glad to be out here at 2023 New Year's Day Junkanoo.
That's awesome. So I have to ask, are you pulling for anyone this morning?
Oh, my group just passed. Saxons all day, baby.
And everyone down here was rocking. Yep. So good job. Good luck. We'll see when the results come out.
Yes, I think we're going to come first, though. Yeah.
Okay, a day of redemption, perhaps.
Perhaps, yeah. I'm hoping for the best.
All right, and I wish you and your group all the best. And back to you, Jerome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Christina. Now I have one request. You got to bring a couple of them capris up to the booth.
Absolutely.
I have a very small pouch, Jerome. I don't know. Only 2 hands and a very small pouch, so I don't know if I can make it. I'm not making any promises.
Thank you very much, Christina Dragovic, down in the food and beverage segment. You know, a big part of Junkanoo is in the back there where that food and all that stuff.
It's part of the whole cultural experience.
Exactly.
Right? You get to come out and get to see each other, and more than that, you get to not just enjoy the parade, but the camaraderie it brings, and also knowing that we're able to actually help our economy. These are people, artisans and restaurateurs and owners of business who are looking for opportunities like this to come and engage with people, but also to, you know, deepen those ties with the community.
Definitely.
So, yeah, I think at this point we'll take a break, and our continuing coverage of the Aliv 2023 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade continues in a moment.
He stays at exclusive 6-star accommodations. Makes appearances on the red carpet. And of course, only hangs out with his VIPs. Because in the end, true luxury is choosing how to enjoy life. 85 calories, European quality, Amstel Ultra. Choose your way to live.
Everything to us to be back on Bay Street. We are the defending champions. We're the music champions, choreographed, Shirley Street, best music, best banner. It is an opportunity for us to show the fans and to show the sponsors that we truly appreciate them. It's an opportunity for our culture to come alive once again and in grand Saxons form.
First we plan, then we innovate, then we build. At Bahamas Striping Group of Companies, we are committed to quality, to safety, and to service. We know that the road you take is just as important as your final destination. At Bahamas Striping Group of Companies, it is our job to make sure the road and the ride are as smooth as possible. From striping roads to building them, we are the right choice, the trusted choice, the only choice to help you build your tomorrow.
Have you heard about Janae's Chesapeake Road's 5 days of Christmas give back? Get up to 20% off your toys or bicycles, electronic ride-on cars, four-wheelers, and motor tricycle purchases. All electrical item sales are final. Bring in a current year Janae's back-to-school purchase receipt, valued more than $50 excluding VAT, and get an additional 10% off. Restrictions apply. And don't forget the Christmas decorations, balls, and ornaments. Janae's Chesapeake Road's 5 days of Christmas give back going on now. Extended store hours till 7 p.m. Hurry in and get more bang for your bucks.
My journey has no limits. Experience makes me creative, bold, and beautiful. Sharing what I love brings joy. A plan for me just because I've earned it.
Introducing the Liberty Plus plans from Aliv. Switch today.
When the season is over, Rafa chooses to have all the luxuries a celebrity deserves. He stays at exclusive 6-star accommodations. Makes appearances on the red carpet. And of course, only hangs out with his VIPs. Because in the end, true luxury is choosing how to enjoy life. 85 calories, European quality, Amstel Ultra. Choose your way to live.
Have you heard about Janae's Chesapeake Road's 5 days of Christmas give back? Get up to 20% off your toys or bicycles, electronic ride-on cars, four-wheelers, and motor tricycle purchases. All electrical item sales are final. Bring in a current year Janae's back-to-school purchase receipt, valued more than $50 excluding VAT, and get an additional 10% off. Restrictions apply. And don't forget the Christmas decorations, balls, and ornaments. Janae's Chesapeake Road's 5 days of Christmas give back going on now. Extended store hours till 7 p.m. Hurry in and get more bang for your bucks.
First we plan, then we innovate, then we build. At Bahamas Striping Group of Companies, we are committed to quality, to safety, and to service. We know that the road you take is just as important as your final destination. At Bahamas Striping Group of Companies, it is our job to make sure the road and the ride are as smooth as possible. From striping roads to building them, we are the right choice, the trusted choice, the only choice to help you build your tomorrow.
It's going to be amazing. The hype is through the roof, you know, after 2 years of downtime and all of the other, I guess, rest and relaxation. Junkanoo is back at it in 2022, and we're preparing for our phenomenal culture that you can only find in the Bahamas, known as Junkanoo.
Day Parade brought to you by Aliv, powered by Aliv, carried here on the RTV network. We want to especially welcome our users and our followers and our viewers who are joining us via Facebook and YouTube. Welcome to you, and thank you for staying with us from wherever you are joining us this morning. I am joined in the anchor's booth now by my co-host, Candido Knowles, also of Our News. Candido, we have a lot going on this morning. You finally got your Our News jacket and your Aliv jacket. Folks, I got to tell you, it was a battle to get this jacket.
The missing jacket.
We got
there
your
it
jacket.
was looking, and the jacket did not appear.
So
but
we
hey,
want to thank
here we are.
We want to thank Aliv for providing us with these jackets as well out here this morning. Thank you very much. We're waiting now. I guess you're wondering why things are a little slow and why we're talking. And of course, as is the nature with Junkanoo, the parade ultimately slows down.
Yeah.
But you've got some stuff to talk about.
Yeah, I know. We have an Aliv trivia going on, and we've got one of the winners in right now. This individual was the first to purchase an Aliv 7-day plan in the My Aliv app. Tiffany Francis is the winner of a Samsung S22. All right, so Tiffany Francis, you are the winner of a S22 device, courtesy of Aliv.
Fantastic. I think what we are now witnessing on our screen, I think we are waiting for Conquerors for Christ to get started. It looks like they are preparing to come down Bay Street. This camera is courtesy of, this is our straw market camera. It's down in the hole. It's where the groups line up. So this is really what it looks and feels like at the start of Junkanoo. This is also where the famous rollover takes place as well. Our Marlena Leonard is standing by now. She's at the opposite end of Bay Street. She is at the junction of Bay and Elizabeth Avenue. Good morning again, Marlena.
Good morning again. We just saw the Saxons come in, and it felt like them, and half of Bay Street came in with them. It was a totally different energy than when you guys came in on Boxing Day. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
I think we had some problems with coming out one after COVID and whatnot, and we were a little bit disorganized, unorganized. But I think what we needed to do for our fans, we done today. We done what we needed to do. We know our fans were disappointed, and we were disappointed. So we just know that's what champions do. Champions really dig down, and they give you all they have. And that's what we did this morning, and I think the results should be different.
And what were some of the, the pep talks maybe that you had before you guys came out today? Because, like I said, a totally different energy. You guys came roaring through.
The pep talk was like, we champs. You guys are champions. Champions don't roll over. Champions don't just die like that. And we did what we had to do, and we're really proud of ourselves. And we made our fans proud. That's the whole object. And so we could, I think definitely Yeah, we outdone ourselves, but we but we really feel proud. We know what we needed to do. We know where we fall down, and we just connected all the dots, done what we had to do, and just made it possible this morning. And this is what happened.
So how are you feeling about today? Feeling a lot better?
I'm much better. I feel much better.
Well, there you have it, Jerome. Thank you so much for speaking with us. And yeah, you could just tell from the fan reaction. They were just so pleased. They were over the moon. So yeah, that's our Saxons update for you. Back to you, Jerome.
Thank you very much, Marlena Leonard. Marlena has such a good vantage point there at the end of the parade. You really get a sense of how the groups are feeling when they're done.
It's the part that people don't get to see often. I was so happy and excited when I knew that was part of our coverage, because as a reporter in the field, having been assigned to that, I remember going and being assigned to Elizabeth Avenue and having to talk to people who had just finished the parade, and it's almost, there's an athleticism to it as well. So it's like athletes at the end of a run, right? You see them get there and all of a sudden they're trying to catch their breaths, right? And you're trying to get an interview. Hey, how was it? How do you feel? And
all right, so we're going to take you now to the hole where the Valley boys are preparing to start up. They are in the hole getting ready for the fanfare real quick. All right, you see there some of the Valley boys getting ready to come through. Their theme this morning, Florida, Florida, Florida. Our neighbor next door and our home away from home. I think earlier we were unsure of who we were watching line up, and that was the Valley boys. So my correction there. I know we've got some folks standing by. I think our Megan Shepard is probably ready. I'm going to see if we can get to her in just a few moments. But Canino, again, another different kind of view.
Yeah, because, again, folks, are we ready? Are we ready for Megan just yet? I know she's in the hole.
Not just quite. I wanted to see if we could get some of that rollover down there to give our audience an opportunity.
It's a view that often spectators will pass on the way to their seats, but if they're not passing at the time that group is, their favorite group is lining up, then they don't actually get to experience it. And I think our Megan Shepard is standing by now from the hole. Megan, are you there?
Okay, so not quite ready. Megan, where are you? We're waiting on you, honey. We need you to get into it. You know, Junkanoo can be so chaotic at times. It's loud, it's crazy. You don't know where folks are. So, Megan, we will give you just a moment.
But hey,
to get in place.
That's the point of this. That's the point of our coverage, right? We give people a vantage point that often they don't see, especially in any of the live coverage that happens for these parades, where folks aren't able to see. This is why the lull is happening, and I think maybe she's ready now for us. Megan, are you there? Can you hear us?
My name is Douglas Babao. I'm one of the designers for the Valley Boys.
Tell us what you guys are bringing out here tonight.
Pressure.
So I know you're taking a trip to Florida.
Yeah, we're going to Florida. Everything about Florida, shopping. You're going to see the Everglades. You're going to see the Miami Dolphins and all of the sports. Miami Heat. All of the colleges in Miami. You're going to have Sawgrass Mall. You're going to have everything. Disney, you're going to have Universal Studios, everything. Full nine. This is Mr. Bond. His costumes.
So tell us, we know most Bahamians are officially Dolphin fans. Tell us about the piece behind us.
I am a real Dolphin fan. This is no fake fan. This is the real deal. Okay, if we call ourselves, they call me, when I go to Miami, I never miss a game. They call me Nassau. That's what it's all about. We create this. Douglas and myself, and we came out of the Orange Bowl. And as I said, we came from the Orange Bowl right to Hard Rock Stadium. With something I love, Miami Dolphin football. I'm a Floridian man.
And we know you guys are coming back with a vengeance, trying to reclaim number one. What are you guys doing differently tonight?
What are we going to do now? We're going to execute. Now, our music will be different. Okay, the girls will be on point. And our costume is A1. And we're going to kick some butts.
Tell us a little bit about what you guys are doing differently as you prepare to head down Bay. What are you doing differently?
Performance, music, like he had mentioned, and choreograph.
Awesome, awesome. Any final words as you guys get ready to head down?
Be ready.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much. There you have it, Valley Boys. They say they are ready.
Thank you, Megan. The Valley in the hole, they have started up. They're ready to go. You see there on screen what the hole is like when that group is fired up and ready to go. A big Dolphins fan, got a big Dolphins fan. Boys can make a lot of friends.
I was wondering how they were going to execute this theme. It was very vague, right? Florida. I know Kishleen was your guest earlier, and she talked about the deep connection between Florida and the Bahamas, and it actually helped me to better appreciate why Bahamians are so in love with Florida, right?
We think it's our God-given right.
Exactly. But it's interesting, some of the pieces that we saw in Megan's drop just now, it's quite interesting. I want to see what else. I suspect we may see Disney World in there, right?
Based on Kishlane's Minnie Mouse face, I think we got Disney World in there.
I thought that. I thought that for sure. I think our Jamila Mizik, who's been roaming for us tonight, is standing by. I don't know exactly where you are right now, Jamila, but if you are there, can you hear me, Jamila?
She stepped out of camera, I'm understanding.
Okay.
I'm hearing, so she's out of camera for just a second.
Yeah.
So we'll get her back in just a bit. We still have a B group that's coming up at some point as well, the Conquerors for Christ. I had incorrectly introduced them. Their theme this morning, Love, Bahamas, Love. So they're coming through. One of the things that is standing out to me, and it always happens in Boxing Day, is the speed of the parade.
Yeah.
If we can duplicate this on Boxing Day, for me, the experience would be so much better for everyone.
Can I just say, seeing this parade move as swiftly as it has, it actually gives me more. It actually pushes me to want to come if the parades can be as quick as this every year. So I know if I feel that, and I know that there are fans out there who, during the Boxing Day parade, were not necessarily happy about the lulls of the experience. I think them seeing this today probably gives them a little bit more encouragement to support the parades in the future.
Add broadcaster to that list as well, because it can be a very tiring parade. Again, on your screen, the Valley Boys in the hole. That's our straw market camera, mounted there at the world-famous straw market at the western end of Bay Street. The brass section representing FAMU, a very famous university out of Florida, which is responsible for educating many, many Bahamians, still is the home of many Bahamians in pursuit of higher education. So again, we talked about execution of theme, and you wondered how they were going to execute the theme of Florida.
Yeah.
You can't say Florida unless you talk about FAMU.
Absolutely. And I think we're looking at what we're seeing is homage really to Homecoming, the marching bands.
All right, so I think our Jamila Missick is finally ready. She's in camera and ready to go. Jamila, good morning again.
So I am back here on Frederick Street. I've been on Shirley Street. I've been on Bay Street. I've been all over just trying to give our viewers a little bit of everything that's happening here for the 2023 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade. And like I said, I'm here on Frederick Street, and I have here with me Alexia from Bahamas and the Tribe. And you were telling me that this is your first time back on Bay in how long?
About 16 years.
And tell me, how do you feel to be back on Bay?
It's awesome to be back here. Now we have from ages 1 and over. And we also have guests in the house. So these are our guests from out of town.
So your group is made up of tourists as well as Bahamians?
Tourists and Bahamians. We bring everybody to Bay.
All right, and just tell me why persons should look out for Bahamas and the Tribe. What do you have to offer here tonight, well, this morning?
That raw, core Bahamian music.
And then I know that you're a dancer, so show me a little bit of what you're going to bring when you hit on Bay Street. Teach me a little something.
So
Let's see.
we're going to do this.
You all catching this? All right, I ready. I ready. She ready, and I ready. So again, they know Jerome, look over me. I think I can talk on them.
Jamila, learn that
was
well.
With the paper boys and I, but yeah.
Learn that well so you can come back and teach the whole newsroom, right?
All right, I got you all. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Jamila. She has attached herself to several groups this morning doing several things.
I know. I saw her interview with Paper Boys earlier, and that too was quite interesting to see. Again, having these kinds of stories, this vantage point is so refreshing because, again, I think it gives people an understanding of the parade in such a more comprehensive way than just what we know as Bay Street only, right?
And listen, to come back to Bay Street after 16 years.
Yeah.
That alone is an accomplishment. I can't imagine being away from this, first of all, for so long, but having the courage to do that after 16 years.
I mean, I think you have to tap into a certain part of your brain to sort of prepare for this, because this really is a rush, and I get it. I understand more now what it means to rush on Bay Street when you see their efforts and when you see them on Elizabeth Avenue with Marlena looking for the Gatorade.
At the end. Yeah. Just to give you an idea of where this group is, this is the Valley Boys. This is their music section. They are just passing Market Street, I think it is. That's the corner of Market and Bay, I think it is. Giving you an idea of where the music is in this group as they move along into Bay Street. Of course, the drums really are the heartbeat of the music, literally. When it comes to Junkanoo, you've got the tum-tum drums, you've got the bass drums, the goatskin drums, and those drums are really what I call the engine that really crank it up. And once those drums turn over,
they drive the rush.
Yes.
They drive the rush. And we see it. We see it with the dancers that are so far ahead, but they are listening for that thump, that bass that allows them to keep the beat and keep the pace.
Also on the bottom of your screen there and at the top of your screen, you see the crowds of people, that still come out and enjoy this parade. Those of us who clamor for the bleacher seats, I think miss an opportunity sometimes, missing out, to feel the heartbeat and to feel the rush and to really get into what the essence of Junkanoo is. Even on Shirley Street, the amount of people that still are able to stand, and you see all through the corners, and look there's a kid, only a few years old, holding a phone but enjoying, this cultural expression.
Yeah. it really is that one unifying thing that just cannot be denied. And we see it every year, how Junkanoo just brings us all together. Look at us now, right?
And you know, the challenge every year is, how do we make this better? How do we improve it? What's the next step for us? And sometimes it's really hard because we have become so accustomed to this thing in this space and doing it this way, and we love it. So it's really hard to talk about changing it. But you know, each year we keep looking at how we're outgrowing and how we need to do more, but it's hard. The Bahamian people love this.
Well, hey, I think the fact that we're having conversation about how we make it better just speaks to the love that we have for Junkanoo. Again, if people were not connected to it in the way that they are and the way that we are as a people, I don't necessarily know that conversations would be had. I think we're standing by for something right now, Jerome.
All right, so at this point, we're going to allow you to enjoy the group that's just ahead of the Valley Boys. Don't worry, you'll get to see them. I think this is, if I am not mistaken, Conquerors for Christ. I think that's the group that you're going to see in just a minute. Their theme this morning, Love Bahamas, Love. Oh. So I think we have missed the Conquerors for Christ. I don't think they're in this lineup at this point this morning, but we do have another piece as we await the Valley Boys, who, just so you know, are still a distance away. But we have a piece prepared on the oldest beller. The oldest beller on bay in the Valley Boys. Here's a look.
Bradley Pratt believes that music is the most important aspect of Junkanoo.
When you really want to bell, I don't think you decide. I think it decides for you. You know, this is where you fit in. And once you decide that and it fits in, you just go and do what you got to do. There's just a joy to it. You go out there and just ring. You could ring forever because you like it.
And to him, the most important part of the music, otherwise known as the backline, is the cowbell section.
Without them, it can't go. It just can't go. You see, you need them bells because the bells going to keep those guys, hey, you know, they can give you the drum and music and the bells going to be there to keep that rhythm going for you. So without them, you can't go. You need your bells.
And it's because of this that Pratt has been part of the Valley Boys since 1971, and more specifically, ringing bells since then as well.
I always liked rhythm, and I just had a natural inclination to the bells. So I just decided I was going to go and see what I can do with some bells.
He also spoke fondly about the first set of cowbells he ever received.
The first set of bells was very, very heavy. We had Mr. Hyler, old man Hyler from by the pond, and then you had Megon and Mr. Hyler was the two persons who really used to make bells in those days.
Now, Pratt says you just can't go to bay and ring bells on a whim. You have to be prepared.
Mentally, you got to visualize yourself going out there and doing bay and doing Shirley and then coming back to bay again. Mentally, you got to build that. And when you build that, you program that in you. Now, in order to achieve that, then you got to do some physical stuff. You got to do your exercises. You got to do some leg work in particular. And you got to build endurance. Once you build the endurance, you should be good to go.
He also shared some exercising tips for bellers who want to successfully navigate the laps through Bay and Shirley streets.
Do some running, like particularly the hills and sand when you get on the beaches, and also push-ups. You know, do some push-ups so you can strengthen your upper body. Those things help you a lot.
Now, of course, our story could not be complete with Pratt unless we visited him at one of the regular Valley Boys Sunday night practices on Potter's Key Dock. Pratt showed us his technique and spoke to us there.
I listen for the sound, and when I hear the sound, I take off, right? And I start my bells here. Some people start differently, but I start here. And when I start here, I go.
whatever the drummers are playing, that's the tempo you're trying to catch. Because you want the bass line of your belt to come in with the bass line of the drum.
And as you may be able to tell by now, Pratt is old school. He believes in belling without wearing gloves or without wrapping his fingers with tape.
Some people like gloves because they say it messes up their hands, but through the years, I've been ringing without gloves, and that's the way I ring. Some people wear tape around their fingers, and some wear gloves. It depends on what you like, what suits you, then you go with that.
Pratt says he will continue to shake his cowbells in each parade until the wheels fall off.
All right, we'd like to thank our Sasha Lightbourne for that great piece. Back on Bay Street, the Valley Boys are making their way up Bay Street. You see one of their costumes in your screen right now. Their theme this morning, Florida, Florida, Florida. Now keep in mind, we still have two big A groups coming up after the Valley Boys. We also have Roots and the defending champions, One Family, coming up a little later on in this parade this morning. But to have those big dueling groups back to back,
Jerome, seems like they've got a competition going on in Rawson Square right now.
Some unsuspecting tourist just signed up for some game.
I'm not certain what the game is exactly.
I don't know what it is.
It has certainly gotten the crowd going.
Again, that continues to be, that continues to be the challenge. And I know some folks in the audience wonder why we run some of the pieces that we do, but it is to keep the parade going. So don't worry, you haven't missed anything. If you can look down on your screen, you can see there's still a ways to go before we get to the Valley Boys. That gives you a better vantage point of where the group is. They're pretty much, I think, somewhere in the area of maybe Charlotte Street at this point, so they are a distance away. You see, the crowds have grown exponentially. When we started out here this morning, I was very worried. I always make the joke, they could land the whole Bahamas here playing out here. And don't hit nobody. But since then, the crowds have really swelled. People have come out in numbers.
I looked at the bleachers at the beginning of our coverage, and the first thought I had was, these people are mine. I knew that the crowds would grow over time, especially as fans of the Valley Boys and One Family. Some of them we know weren't going to come out until they knew that their groups were up. So we see the crowds are here and have swollen, as you said, exponentially.
Why? All right.
Because I don't got a belt.
All right,
okay, so ladies and gentlemen,
we've got another trivia now to pass along to you.
Okay.
All right. Let's see who wants to win a drone. Who wants to win a drone? This is for those of you watching us on social media. What is included in the Rev Trio Plus package? And what is the cost? Plus, the first customer to follow Rev and Our News on Facebook and YouTube and Instagram right now will get an opportunity to win that drone. What is included in the Rev Trio Plus package? And what is the cost? I guess you would have noticed, or guess you've noticed some of the noise behind us. And that is in anticipation of the Valley Boys coming on to Bay Street. And their fans are out in numbers this morning.
Can I just tell you about our Boxing Day experience when the Valley Boys came through?
Sure.
Our booth was shaking. I did not have to move to be moving. Well, that confirms it. This is certainly a Valley Boys crown tonight.
Yeah.
This morning, pardon me.
You know, in the game of Junkanoo, I know that we have a number of A groups, and many of them are formidable. But there is a rivalry between those two groups that is undeniable. And you know, the beauty is, you know, even though they are those core fans, they will support the other groups. But there is that rivalry, and you know, some of the groups will tell you, I don't mind what we come as long as we beat so and so. And that's the truth.
But you know what? It drives the rush. It drives. It drives the cultural experience. It helps to keep it alive, really, right? When you consider that at the end of the day, I will still pull for you as long as I beat you.
Yeah, no, and that's the truth. That is the truth. Again, our trivia, in case you missed it, for a drone. What's included in the Rev Trio Plus package, and what's the cost? First customer who follows us on Rev, Our News on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram, you will win that drone. There it is. So, but the caveat is you've got to be following us on Rev, Our News on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram.
And all the Valley Boys got to say the devil is a liar.
You see here, this is the southern side of Parliament. Right behind that crowd, the Parliament, or the House of Assembly, which makes up the Parliament of the Bahamas. Fans stacked high in that section. The Aliv booth as well. You see there on your screen, but you see Bahamians of all ages, colors, socioeconomic backgrounds. You see the priests, the politicians, the pauper, you know, the blue collar, the white collar. Even to say, you know, at this time, it's usually when crime is at the lowest. Because a lot of the young people, particularly young men who are involved in criminal activity throughout the year, find themselves in the shacks or with the groups. That doesn't mean, or, you know, we don't want to negate the fact that we still have crime going on, but this time of the year, it's really at a low point, and police will tell you that.
Yeah, it's because, again, this is an opportunity for us to come together, right? And when you are in an environment like Junkanoo, the energy that you feel, it will shift your energy if it didn't match what was existing before you came in. I walked all the way up Bay Street to get to the booth, and that energy that the Saxons had, it permeated the street. I mean, I was in the back, walking the back road, hearing, and just seeing people just dancing, having a really good time. Again, it's that energy that really, I think, binds us together, right?
Of course, the challenge now with the groups is to keep that momentum and excitement going in the lull. You see here now, this is the lead piece of the Valley Boys making its way. Here, the theme this morning, Florida, 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 our neighbor next door, our home away from home.
There we go. I see Mickey. I see Minnie. I believe that's Daffy Duck.
Yep, those are all your Disney characters.
Yeah.
I am really not a sports guy, but I think that maybe Dan Marino, somebody correct me, from the Miami Dolphins. I could be very wrong. I don't know. I'm not a sports guy. I can't. I'm not going to It is Dan Marino, yes. I got it, yeah. So
I wasn't going to try.
Yes, Dan Marino, a famous Miami Dolphin during the heyday of the Miami Dolphins. He certainly was our quarterback who led the Dolphins to Super Bowl victory. Also, Dwayne Wade is there of the Miami Heat, represented there on the on that lead piece, on that banner.
He tell me to ask you all a question. Why in the Bahamas you don't
It is quite a masterpiece.
Yeah. Of course, again, it comes down to execution.
Yeah.
Because it's one thing to come up with a theme, but execution is so very important. The audience, the crowd, the judges, your fans need to be able to look at your presentation and understand
and be able to understand exactly what it is. Yeah. Yeah. I do know, I do feel like some groups struggle with that this morning. I won't say which ones. That's obviously in the judges' hands. But I'm interested to see how far the Valley Boys go with this Florida theme this morning. I did call it. I called Disney. I called Disney.
I think we are looking also at, I think there may be Jazz Chisholm. I think he's a Bahamian from the Miami Marlins. I think he may be represented there as well. Bahamian baseball player. Again, a very long...
Look at this, though, the artistry. I mean, again, a masterpiece, really. And we've seen so many other masterpieces make it across Bay Street in the many years. And I think it's understated how much creativity and really ingenuity to make these pieces come alive like this. There goes the chant. the world famous most winningest, as Ghislaine called it.
Yes, corrected me. So folks, we are going to, the music is a way off, but I'm not going to compete with this for much longer. You see there the crowds and crowds of people who have lined up. Our broadcast booth right there in the top corner, that's where we're coming to you from this morning. But inside the Valley Boys this morning, making their way along Bay Street with their theme, Florida, Florida, Florida.
One family makes a
There goes the rivalry happening right now. You've got
fans
of the One Family group.
One Family has a tremendous burden on them this morning. They put down an amazing performance on Boxing Day, and now you've got to top that. Yeah. Everybody's gunning for you.
For sure. That stamina that they brought on Boxing Day has to be matched this morning.
Yeah.
Has to be matched.
And then too, placement is important in these parades. Nobody wants to come out first. It's always the hardest spot to rush from. But also, I think realizing that even coming out last in your category has its disadvantages, because your people are literally just sitting there waiting and waiting and waiting.
Certainly.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give the group some space to perform. Give the group some space to perform. Please clear the way. Please clear the way for the group to perform, ladies and gentlemen.
You are looking at sights from the Valley Boys Junkanoo group this morning.
Now, the only concern that I have at this point really is timing, because you have 70 minutes to get from the starting gate to the ending point. There is a grace period in there, but you will be penalized for going over time. And so, as beautiful as these costumes are, and as much as these folks want to perform, somebody always has their eye on the clock to be able to move that group along.
The Valley Boys are here, ladies and gentlemen. If you're a Valley Boys right now, make some noise for the Valley Boys.
Tourist attractions, landmarks, leisure and recreational facilities, and theme parks. This is the Valley Boys. And as you hear fans embracing the Valley Boys right now, we will leave you for this moment to witness the Valley Boys and their theme, Florida, 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 our neighbor next door and our home away from home.
And the Valley Boys are completing their pass through Rawson Square with one of their main costumes. You see a depiction there of the Miami Dolphins and other things, all Miami and certainly all Florida. Their theme this morning, Florida, Florida, Florida. Our neighbor next door, our home away from home. You see things there like the world famous Hard Rock Cafe, some of the icons.
Yeah, they had cultural aspects too. The Coconut Grove, the Seminole Indians we saw, cities and counties, colleges and universities. The homage they paid really to the homecoming of universities, that was quite interesting.
And a big part of, a Junkanoo parade is the execution of the theme.
Absolutely. Well,
and
I think
we talk about that over and over. And they did a pretty good job. I have to
think so.
give a shout out to the music.
Yeah, the music absolutely got the crowd going.
Right.
It was. Yeah.
Again,
yeah.
There,
I mean, I saw you shaking a leg.
No, I didn't. I shamelessly was jumping. I am a Valley Boys fan. I don't run away from that. I say that publicly. But this morning, there are times I stand here and I go, music could be better. But certainly the music was really, really good this morning.
It was.
And the performance, and it got the crowd
The brass
going.
was really, really, really
very,
well.
very
really
good. Yeah,
well
I thought
done.
they did a good
really
job
well
on that.
done. Yeah.
But it is not over yet, folks. We have Roots and the Boxing Day defending champions coming your way.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
So what does it mean to be back? It means a lot of things, but I'll just name a few for now. One, I get to be around all my Junkanoo colleagues in my organization, the Valley Boys, and the other groups. Two, I get to really express myself in the cultural forum that I love. And you know what? I'm just excited to be back.
My journey has no limits. Experience makes me creative, bold, and beautiful. Sharing what I love brings joy. A plan for me just because I've earned it.
Introducing the Liberty Plus plans from Aliv. Switch today.
When the season is over, Rafa chooses to have all the luxuries a celebrity deserves. He stays at exclusive 6-star accommodations, makes appearances on the red carpet, and of course, only hangs out with his VIPs. Because in the end, true luxury is choosing how to enjoy life. 85 calories, European quality, Amstel Ultra. Choose your way to live.
Have you heard about Janae's Chesapeake Road's 5 days of Christmas give back? Get up to 20% off your toys or bicycles, electronic ride-on cars, four-wheelers, and motor tricycle purchases. All electrical item sales are final. Bring in a current year Janae's back-to-school purchase receipt, valued more than $50 excluding VAT, and get an additional 10% off. Restrictions apply. And don't forget the Christmas decorations, balls, and ornaments. Janae's Chesapeake Road's 5 days of Christmas give back going on now. Extended store hours till 7 p.m. Hurry in and get more bang for your bucks.
First we plan, then we innovate, then we build. At Bahamas Striping Group of Companies, we are committed to quality, to safety, and to service. We know that the road you take is just as important as your final destination. At Bahamas Striping Group of Companies, it is our job to make sure the road and the ride are as smooth as possible. From striping roads to building them, we are the right choice, the trusted choice, the only choice to help you build your tomorrow.
It's going to be amazing. The hype is through the roof, you know, after 2 years of downtime and all of the other, I guess, rest and relaxation. Junkanoo is back at it in 2022, and we're preparing for our phenomenal culture that you can only find in the Bahamas, known as Junkanoo.
You gotta be visiting from the United States of Canada, and as long as you end up being in, come get a CD.
Yeah. You are watching continuing live coverage of the Aliv 2023 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade. You were just looking at scenes of the fancy dancers making their way through Rawson Square. I'm joined now by Kalik Representative Jared Cartwright to talk a little bit more about Kalik and Junkanoo. Right?
Thank you,
I do recall our initial conversation with you on Boxing Day, and we made that connection between Kalik and Junkanoo and how both were intertwined.
Yeah, most definitely. You know, our name really comes from the ringing of the cowbell, so it's very important for us to support our cultural festival being Junkanoo, and we're just happy to be back on Bay Street.
Right. So the name Kalik comes from the sound that the cowbells make, right?
Correct.
Give our audience a little bit of the history.
So it was created by the Dr. Off. He was an employee of Commonwealth for a while, and you know, it was just something that he thought would be really well, and for the past 35 years we've been using that name, and everybody's grown to love it, and it's the Bay of the Bahamas and also the official Bay of Junkanoo.
Yeah. Why is it so important for you to support what we do culturally?
It's building our people, you know. Like I said, Kalik it comes from Junkanoo, so it's only right for us to continue to support it. It's good for us to continue to put stuff into our culture and innovate as much as possible.
So, Jared, I'm going to put you on the spot because we just witnessed Valley Boys make it through Rawson Square just now. Your thoughts?
It was definitely an experience. I thought they executed their theme very, very well. I am a Dolphin fan, so I saw a few costumes, especially the one at the end. I thought it was really spectacular. You know, the music, the energy, everything. It was really, really good.
Yeah. How would you compare what you saw of the Valley Boys with the other performances we saw tonight?
I think they're in first place.
I think so.
Yeah. I have to say it. I'm not a Valley fan.
You're not afraid to leave the booth after saying that on television?
I'm not a Valley fan, but I think definitely so far they've really brought it to the table. They've executed their theme tremendously. The music and the energy within the team was excellent, and I think they have the best performance on Bay Street right now.
How far does your support for Junkanoo go?
It goes deep. I get calls from Junkanoo possibly almost every day. Hey, I need assistance with this, but definitely even with the creations of the costumes, we donate a lot of cardboard throughout the year. Also, we work with some of the Junkanoo groups that like to, I guess, have festivals and stuff like that. So the Valley Boys would have just had their Valley Fest early on this year trying to raise money. So that was something that we were a part of as well. And also the Junkanoo Commandos are having something that is coming up in February, where persons who made costumes for this parade and maybe New Year's and Boxing Day parade, I would say, have the opportunity to sell those costumes to make it, I guess, more financially sensible for them.
Yeah, and I know that it really is a labor of love for a lot of people who have to commit their own finances to make this happen. So it was, I think, important for us to know how far that reach goes, because we know that folks are having to really pour their own into making this happen.
I watch it every day. You know, persons in the shack spending hours and hours in the shack, feathering, tricking, decorating their costumes. It's really expensive, and like you said, it's a labor of love, and we definitely have a love for our culture. As you can see in the audience around us, it's packed. You know, it's no empty seats like that. So it's really something that we really do to express ourselves.
You know, we were talking about who you thought would win the parade already. You've already said you think the Valley Boys.
I said right now.
Valley Boys are on first place in your book. But I want to throw to a piece right now that talks about the spirit of Junkanoo and how it's entwined in our soul and in our culture. And, you know, I know there are a lot of folks who are wondering what actually goes into the art of judging, right? Now, you may have your own criteria that helped you to get to the point of Valley being in the lead at this point.
Yeah.
But it's a question that we put to Chairman of the National Junkanoo Committee, who was able to explain for us the judging process.
The art of judging Junkanoo is something that is based upon a feeling, the spirit, right? Understanding the creativity, understanding and knowing that what we are trying to do as an indigenous art form, or a unique art form. So that is how classes are given to teach persons that same art form that we're trying to depict. Each costume that they go down with is depicting.
And in order to become a judge, there is a process.
Applications are, you know, they're put out. Persons are applying, they're vetted by the JCNP, and then dates will be set, normally in October.
And did you know that there are classes held for judges?
That training program is classwork. Basically, it's like a month that they go through and teach all of the aspects of what they're to be looking for during the parade.
On Bay Street, there are several items that judges are looking for.
Completion of costume. All right, they look at, you know, in terms of mobility of a costume, how many persons are carrying a costume, whether wheels are supposed to be on the costume or not. All right, of course, they look at in terms of, it's basically coloring. It's just a list, a garment, you know, that they would have been taught in the classes.
And he says sometimes Junkanoo groups lose parades because of penalties.
It could be not meeting the minimum numbers, all right, for B groups, A groups. It could be cloth, it could be time penalties that, you know, could be associated with the judging.
And we also learn how critical the job of a Junkanoo judge really is.
That's a big test of their integrity and pressure. You know, if you really to think about it, they're really, you know, a lot of them they're fans of the group. So, you know, it's you're testing your integrity to say that, hey, you know, I'm judging based on the criteria set forth. And so you could imagine the pressure if an opposing group that you support is coming right. So, you know, it's a bit of pressure on you.
Overall, the chairman says Junkanoo is more than alive, and the committee is looking forward to spectacular parades.
All right, that report you saw there from our Italia Hall. Thanks so much for that, Italia. And Jared, one of the things that the judges are also looking for is obviously the theme, right? Yeah. And we've had some very elaborate themes this year. And how best these groups execute those themes goes into that process. Now that I've said that, do you still believe that the Valley Boys is in the lead right now?
Right now, as it's yes, I still believe that. But
you think they executed their theme very well?
I really do.
Yeah,
I do. But I am definitely waiting for the defending champions from Boxing Day. I know their theme this morning is Happy Hour. So I'm looking for some surprises. Hopefully some of my bears will be on the streets.
All right. Our Marlena Leonard, who is on Elizabeth Avenue. She's been there for us from the start of this parade. We're going to check in with her now to see what she's got for us. Marlena, are you able to hear me?
So the Valley Boys just came in, Candino, and as you can see behind me, you can just tell how exhausted everyone is. They've left nothing behind. They've given it everything they have. And, he's not the only one. If you just walk with me a little bit, you can see people come around this corner, and almost immediately they're like, please help me get these things off. If we go further down this line, you can just see it's a row of people just trying to catch themselves, making sure that they give Shirley Street the same show, if not better, than what they were able to perform on Bay. So if you look around, everyone's getting their Gatorade, their Powerade, whatever their drink of choice is, and just trying to get those few minutes of, just rest and getting everything back together before they get back out on the street again. No, I mean, they were very similar when it comes to bringing a crowd with them like the Saxons. They came roaring through. They were still going full speed ahead. And the second they stopped, it was, like I said, that immediate trying to get everything off of them. But you could tell whenever they come through with that energy, there's confidence there. Yeah. So, they're still walking around and just making sure that everyone can get that little break. But there's some pretty interesting scenes around here as people try to sit down.
I know everybody was looking forward to the Gatorade and the Powerade. I heard your conversation with Jerome earlier. Did you get it yet? Did you get any yet?
I did.
I figured so.
But I tried one.
All right. Thanks a lot, Marlena Leonard, for us on Elizabeth Avenue tonight. Thanks a lot, Marlena. And Jared, obviously, Elizabeth Avenue has been featured prominently in our coverage this year, mainly because, that's the middle point between Bay Street and Shirley Street. Two performances that the groups have to put on.
Yeah. It's amazing. They come out here, they have high energy, and with a flip of a switch, they just shut off. It's recovery mode, and then it's on to Shirley Street where you have a different type of energy, It really is the nitty-gritty of Junkanoo. I think Shirley Street sets a different type of energy than Bay Street. Yeah. And they really connect with the people, as you would have seen Boxing Day, when the One Family Warriors parade Chris Brown.
Yes.
It was reposted by Chris Brown, and he could have felt the energy in the video. You can see the people really reacting to the groups. It's amazing.
Yeah. And, I mean, I have my reasons for why I think Shirley Street is one of the better performances. What about you?
I think persons are out here sitting down in a comfortable area. Shirley Street, there's no comfort, They're standing on the side for hours on end, and they're waiting for their group, and the group is really giving them the energy that they put here on Bay Street, and sometimes even more. So I think the group is ready to connect. I think they let loose on Shirley Street, and it's all out from there. So I think Shirley Street is one of the best streets.
Well, Jared, we are looking at Fancy Dancers right now. Their theme this year, we need peace and love. Their costumes will depict a Christian nation, Operation Transformation, God's love and peace, ribbons and symbols of peace, peace ambassadors, love and happiness, Valentine's Day, we'll see that, Goddess of love, the sweetest love, love of nature, a mother's love, an unforgettable love, a tribute to our loved ones lost from COVID. There's a lot of love.
I was just about
it's
to
a
say
lot
the
of love,
same
but
thing.
the world needs a lot of love, and
No,
our
I
country
definitely do.
needs it too. So this is Fancy Dancers in Rawson Square at the moment.
Really good performance, and the music is sounding really good for me right now. They're really rocking it. I like it. Fancy Dancers is doing their thing.
This is Fancy Dancers. We need peace and love. right, that was the Fancy Dancers making their way through Rawson Square just now. Their theme, We Need Peace and Love, Christian Nation. Their costumes depicted Operation Transformation, God's love and peace, ribbons and symbols of peace, peace ambassadors, love and happiness. Valentine's Day, goddess of love, the sweetest love, love of nature, a mother's love, and Jared, as we said, a lot of love, right?
Definitely.
So I certainly think that one could deduce from this performance we've seen so far that they've executed on their theme. But the music was actually pretty good, yeah?
Yes, they were playing, I forgot the name, but I was singing it while they were playing it. Kind of ringed out of my head, but definitely the music definitely fits with the theme. It's all about love.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing like the sound of Junkanoo music, right? It carries a distinct sound that is known by locals and millions worldwide. However, there's one small instrument that contributes to this sound in a very unique way. Our Joshua Williams has more on this.
With Junkanoo music for almost 30 years now. And here is the man who started it all.
My name is Mitchell Anthony Thurston, Sr.
Mitchell Thurston Sr. is a scraping expert in Junkanoo, explaining the components and how they work.
Scraping is actually the raking of the saw or an instrument called the greeter. The greeter is like the grater that you used to grate a coconut and potato with. Well, it's a greeter. The grater, the nail comes straight through. The greeter, it don't come straight through. And as a result of that, you can use an Afro pick or something similar to an Afro pick, and you can scrape with that.
Mitchell recalls how he was first introduced to the grate and pick on Bay.
I started Junkanoo actually with the Congos. And when Bahamas and the tribe was formed, I was a founder. And I started licking the hub, the car hub. And I went on a cruise to the Caribbean. And one of the stops was Dominican Republic. And while at Dominican Republic, I actually came across the greeter and the grater in one of the stores. So I said, let me see how this instrument sound. And I scrape it. I scrape the greeter and the grater. And I said, I can try this. So I bought both of them, took them to the tribe Junkanoo group. And Barabbas heard it. Barabbas said, I must put down the hub and I must scrape that instrument. And for about 4 or 5 years, I was on Bay Street by myself scraping.
Although not a traditional instrument in the parade, he proudly boasts that scraping helps to make the entire sound of Junkanoo complete.
When they hear it, they get that feeling that dating back from Africa. And it's deep down in your heart and in your soul. And it's like the goatskin drums, the cowbells. So when you blend all these things together, it's like, it's Bahamian.
Mitchell believes that through the music and art of Junkanoo, more can be done to fight crime and violence in our community.
I just want that for us as senior men to mentor more young men, especially, so we can deal with the violence and the conflict resolutions and all that stuff. I want us to be more good examples for them to follow. Anyone who's interested to just come forward, and the school, if they're interested in any instrument, including especially the greeter, if they're interested, or the saw, get someone like me to teach them. I mean, if I have the time, I teach them for free, all right? Because to me, it's from the heart. And when things are from the heart, you don't really put a price on them.
Thurston has followed his own advice of giving back by passing the legacy of scraping to his son.
My son can scrape. That's Mitchell Kelly Anthony Thurston Jr. He can scrape better than me. And when he performs, he actually put all the motion and action into it, because he's young. I have already passed the legacy on to him. That's why I would let him do all the performing. If we had a choice for me or him to go someplace to perform, I'd rather him go. I'd rather, like Miles Monroe said, you pass the baton on. You don't die holding the baton in your hand. And that's what most of us need to do.
I decided that I wanted to try my hand and let Mitch give me a lesson in scraping.
Yeah, you got that.
Now, while I'm turning up inside, what do you think you was doing?
Well, you see, that comes with experience.
Okay.
Yeah, you ain't gonna start out with that up and down like that. But you start, and what you want to be comfortable now. Be comfortable with your hand, because your hand can get tired after a while. So you be comfortable.
Yeah,
right?
be for real.
Yeah.
All right.
And just.
All right.
And you want to do one time. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Or sometimes you stomp your foot on the beat. No, you stomp your foot to keep the beat.
All right.
Yeah.
Eventually, I stepped aside to let the legend do his thing. Thurston says he's excited to try and help his Saxons Superstars take the crown once again.
Good job, Joshua Williams reporting for us. And Josh, it looked like you learned how to do the rake and scrape now, right? During that piece, we were reliably informed that Roots is queuing up. Will they carry this parade? We'll check in with our Megan Shepard, who is in the hole for us right now as they are getting ready. Megan, is it Roots in the morning?
We are with one family right now, actually, the winners of the Boxing Day parade. Tell us, what are you guys going to be bringing out tonight to make sure you retain that #1 spot?
We are bringing now what you call happy hour. Happy hour for the sake that God has been good to us to go from 22 to 23. That's a happy hour. It's a transformation of living condition, celebration, a newborn, whatever you put it, a wedding, that's a happy hour, all right? That's what family is all about. We think out the box, and it's about life. Happy hour is about life, enjoying life, respecting each other, being a community builder, being a friend of a family. That's happy hour. It's not about, people have the wrong perception of rum, and it's not about violence. Building a community is happy hour. When you see your son or your daughter being graduated at an honor roll, that's happy hour. That's what family is about. Building a community. And that's what family will ever be.
So tell us a little bit how you guys going to depict that. What will we see tonight on the parade route in terms of costumes and your dances and your music? How are we going to see that?
You will see it from front to back in concept of our fallen heroes, which was with us and leave us in the path of life. We're happy that they share their life with us. So you will see it throughout the whole execution of team. You will see one family execution of team. A newborn is happy hour. And so you will see execution of team. That's what family is about. All right. The happy hour is happy hour. All right.
So tell us, how do you guys feel now coming off that win for Boxing Day going into New Year's now?
We feel pretty good. He reigns on the just and the unjust. It's a season for everybody. I think it's one family time. I'm not speaking and being bold, but we like to win this one. We lost 2 members in space of 3 days. We lost 3 members in space of 3 days after our victory. Mr. Bossfield and Pinky, 2 Black Horn lowers. And we came here with a passionate heart. So one family will execute to the best of their ability, performance and music, choreograph. We are hungry for it because these are our backbone. I think the public don't understand. We were the group was getting forward after forward after forward after forward. None existed. Now we arrive, you'll pay the price. We had 9-second back-to-back and 6 music. We still don't exist. Now you'll have to beat us to win the parade.
So after the loss of those members, do you guys feel like you have to come out here and you have something even more to prove to represent those members that you guys lost?
I don't think we have something to prove. The public have realized that we are a group to reckon with. We don't have to prove nothing. We are comfortable in our zone. We are who we are, warriors. We are here to entertain the public. And see, it's no trying to match this or match that. We are warriors, and that's what we will pursue on Bay Street. Excellent of warriors. Warriors of excellence. Be it building the community, that's what we are. We are not here to prove nothing to no one. What the public should understand, we have arrived to the level where gone are the days when you can speak only about the Saxon and the Wali. We are here to make a statement, all right? That's it.
Awesome. So you guys are in the hole just a few minutes before you head down to Rawson. What do you have to say to your fans?
Oh, believe me, just a stage performance at its best. Warriors is coming.
There you go. The defending champs, the Warriors, they are coming. So they'll be right down to you in just a matter of minutes, Candino.
Megan, have we put our eyes on Roots just yet?
Not as yet, but as we can see, the one family, they're here. They're prepared to take you to happy hour on this wonderful New Year's, well, second day now. We're ready to go to happy hour.
Yeah, let's
with
see.
One family.
Let's see. They may have some libations in that that main piece.
Do you know what? I think unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, it may just be a lot of beautiful crepe paper and glitter. But if I find something special back here, I'll walk you down
bring me
to
a bottle of
Rawson
Moet Chandon.
We will cheers to the New Year's.
All right. Thanks a lot, our Megan Shepherd for us from the Hole in Jarrett. Kalik is obviously another sponsor of this parade, and we saw your brands displayed on that main piece for the One Family Junkanoo group. Again, just speaks to your connection to the community.
Yeah, so definitely said any time can be a happy hour, and I really felt that. You know, any time that you're celebrating with friends, family, you're getting together, any hour of the day that you really feel something that you can enjoy with someone else, and it may be a collect that you may need to enjoy with someone else, but definitely I can see them bringing it to life. And like they said, every hour is a happy hour, and you should really try to enjoy yourselves. Persons out here trying to enjoy the festivities, and we have some beautiful costumes that we're going to be seeing shortly, as I can see on the TV screen.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how the One Family group is going to execute that happy hour theme. I have some thoughts in my head.
Hopefully it'll be a lot of energy. You know, when you're at a happy hour, it's a lot of fun, and it's a lot of chatting, a lot of sometimes some dancing. So definitely I'm excited to see that as well.
Yeah, and we're also waiting to see the Roots. Roots Junkanoo group with its theme Atlantis Rising, Guardians of the Deep. Their costumes will depict splendors of Atlantis, Poseidon's rage, dolphins, seals, and turtles. We're looking now at the Roots Junkanoo group making its way down Bay Street and into Rawson Square in a moment. This main piece, in my mind, really does depict the Atlantis Rising, as its theme suggests, Guardians of the Deep. I'm interested to see what those other pieces will look like, including the Poseidon's Rage, right?
I can give you a drone too. Amen.
You see some very colorful costumes, definitely speaking about the ocean, Poseidon, definitely some water, you see some aquariums there. Really represents both Atlantis and also the deep, as you would say.
Certainly.
Everybody, Roots coming! They reach. If you was a Roots right now, man.
You are watching continuing live coverage of the Alive 2023 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade. We are now looking at Roots Junkanoo Group making its way down Bay Street under the theme Atlantis Rising, Guardians of the Deep. Costumes we're looking out for tonight: Splendor of Atlantis, Poseidon's Rage, Dolphins, Seals, and Turtles. We see that aquarium there, followed by what looks like more underwater creatures.
Yeah. So definitely, if we're talking about the theme, Guardians of the Deep, you think about maybe, I guess, some angry animals.
Right?
Definitely, some scary dolphins, maybe some octopus. It's going to be interesting. Definitely something to see.
The Roots Junkanoo Group making its way through Bay Street right now. Yeah, and quite interesting that the theme that the Roots is bringing this morning, very similar to the Valley Boys on Boxing Day.
I thought it is a very close theme. I thought there were some things that I would have liked to see from the Valley Boys on Boxing Day. Definitely some monstrous costumes as we're looking at the TV screen now.
Yeah.
I thought it was really pretty for Boxing Day, depending on the theme that they would have brought.
And the Valley Boys did on Boxing Day explain that they were wanting to feature a lot of creatures that were unknown, creatures that we didn't really think about or that we would hardly recognize. I think this theme this morning, focusing solely on Atlantis Rising, Guardians of the Deep, may be that differentiating factor, right?
Yeah, most definitely. You'll have a lot of more animals that you would know.
Yeah.
Possibly maybe some mermaids swimming on the seahorses.
And this is a real colorful display.
Let's make some noise for Roots, ladies and gentlemen. Roots.
Colors as the Roots Junkanoo Group makes its way through Bay Street into Rawson Square this morning.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, the Valley done been here. Rawson Square still full. I can tell you one thing.
Really creative costume right there. As you can see, the divers are in the tank swimming with something like the sea dragon looks like.
Yeah, those kids are having a good time right now. They'll probably look back at this when they're much older, and if they're not still rushing, right?
Of course.
They're not still participating in the parade.
It's very hard to stop, right? Once you have that in your soul, and then you just continue to go, and it's like a adrenaline rush every year.
Speaking of, did you ever rush? Did you ever participate in the parade?
Not as yet.
Yeah? Is it on your bucket list? Is it something that you do want to do?
On my bucket list. It is a lot of time that goes into this, so definitely you have to take some time out of your busy schedules if you are, I guess, busy.
Yeah.
But,
which group would you rush with? Sorry to put you on the spot, but
you're putting me right in the limelight. But I think I would have to say I'll rush with the Calicos. Definitely we should be coming on Bay Street next year for our 35th anniversary and 50th anniversary of the country that we'll be celebrating. And I think it's saying next year, but it's this year, actually.
Yeah.
So later on in the year, we'll be celebrating. So I think that will be my opportunity to really showcase my talents. So if I have any.
Well, I will follow the journey. Jared, we'll leave it here for now because we're going to take things over to Bay Street and Rawson Square as the Roots Junkanoo Group makes its way through with the theme Atlantis Rising, Guardians of the Deep, costumes depicting Splendor of Atlantis, Poseidon's Rage, dolphins, seals, and turtles. This is the Roots.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the Roots Junkanoo Group is in the square.
right, you are watching continuing live coverage of the Aliv 2023 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade. We just witnessed Roots with the theme Atlantis Rising, Guardians of the Deep. We saw costumes, splendors of Atlantis, Poseidon's Rage, dolphins, seals, and turtles. That was the Roots Junkanoo group just making its way through Bay Street and through Rawson Square. We are still anticipating the arrival of the One Family Junkanoo group to round out the A groups for this morning's parade. We will take a quick break and we will be right back right after this.
Say it again.
So what does it mean to be back? It means a lot of things, but I'll just name a few for now. One, I get to be around all my Junkanoo colleagues in my organization, the Valley Boys, and the other groups. Two, I get to really express myself in the cultural forum that I love. And you know what? I'm just excited to be back.
My journey has no limits. Experience makes me creative, bold, and beautiful. Sharing what I love brings joy. A plan for me just because I've earned it.
Introducing the Liberty Plus plans from Aliv. Switch today.
When the season is over, Rafa chooses to have all the luxuries a celebrity deserves. He stays at exclusive 6-star accommodations, makes appearances on the red carpet, and of course, only hangs out with his VIPs. Because in the end, true luxury is choosing how to enjoy life. 85 calories, European quality, Amstel Ultra. Choose your way to live.
Have you heard about Janae's Chesapeake Road's 5 days of Christmas give back? Get up to 20% off your toys or bicycles, electronic ride-on cars, four-wheelers, and motor tricycle purchases. All electrical item sales are final. Bring in a current year Janae's back-to-school purchase receipt, valued more than $50 excluding VAT, and get an additional 10% off. Restrictions apply. And don't forget the Christmas decorations, balls, and ornaments. Janae's Chesapeake Road's 5 days of Christmas give back going on now. Extended store hours till 7 p.m. Hurry in and get more bang for your bucks.
First we plan, then we innovate, then we build. At Bahamas Striping Group of Companies, we are committed to quality, to safety, and to service. We know that the road you take is just as important as your final destination. At Bahamas Striping Group of Companies, it is our job to make sure the road and the ride are as smooth as possible. From striping roads to building them, we are the right choice, the trusted choice, the only choice to help you build your tomorrow.
It's going to be amazing. The hype is through the roof, you know, after 2 years of downtime and all of the other, I guess, rest and relaxation. Junkanoo is back at it in 2022, and we're preparing for our phenomenal culture that you can only find in the Bahamas, known as Junkanoo.
Coverage of the 2023 Aliv New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade. Before we went to break, we saw the Roots in the morning. Will they carry the parade as Argene Joseph said they would, or will they come in behind the others? That remains to be seen still. In the meantime, you know their songs and some of their signature moves. And now a more mature Junkanoo group is fired up and ready for the return to Bay. From what I understand, Christina Dragovic, who's been on this coverage with us since the start, tried to learn a move or two. We'll take a look at her and Sting.
And the S-T-I-N-G, somebody throw the Sting on me. You know that. You're home with the Sting, man. Get excited, get ignited, man. We are headed to big.
I didn't put on my dancing shoes today, but I came to the farm, the home of the Sting Junkanoo group, where the magic happens. Sting founder Bernard B.H. Hanna welcomed our news to the group's practice grounds way before practice for the Boxing and New Year's Day parades began.
We start our rally, our Junkanoo preparation, like 2 or 3 days before Junkanoo. Come as you are. But once we have our song, we try to depict what the lyrics of the song.
BH says that song is what drives the theme for the group, which is all about fun.
When todos come to your party, boy, you don't know me now, S-T-I-N-G. These are songs that make an indelible mark on the whole Bahamas. And the acronym for Sting is Striving Together in National Growth, S-T-I-N-G. That is what we're all about, and it's simply fun.
In fact, Gary Super Johnson says sometimes the group may end up with as many as 40 costumes on Bay Street.
We don't say you have to wear this or you have to wear that. Like BH say, our song depicts what you wear. So I come to you and tell you what the name of the song is. You know what the name of the song is. You have the CD, so you know what the name of the song is. So you depict whatever you feel like.
Well, since Sting is all about fun, I tried to pick up a few moves while there. Those moves that you did?
Oh, no, that's very different.
You can't get me.
No, you can't. No,
Can you show me a basic one to do?
This year. I have to be on tiles.
Now, when you see the Sting hit Bay Street, you may notice one similarity among its members, attracting a more mature membership. But as you can see, age doesn't mean a thing when they hit Bay.
My footwork is something that no one could do on Bay Street, and this year I know that's what everybody they're waiting for. Unfortunately, they don't give us no prize.
All right, thanks for that package, Christina Dragovic, reporting for us this New Year's Day. We're going to send it down to Rawson Square, where there's some action happening. We're seeing some movement in the square right now. Not 100% certain as to what's happening just yet, but there seems to be a costume featuring a sleigh with flamingos. Scratch the reindeers.
We give away everything, man. Say everything. That's how we do it. Straight over the head. Turn left. Young Street. Export company, Champs, one independent. Believe it or not, like a true story. Our costume so low, it ain't even true story, but that's okay. Alright? So we out here today. We ain't need nothing else. DJ, let's need you to turn up some music. Pencil, I need you to do what you do, grab some kids. And Frankie, right here from Champs, one export, we just can give it away. Hey, yeah, get some kids.
All the kids come this way. All the kids come this way.
All right, seems to be a giveaway happening in Rawson Square right now.
Some kids on this side. Parents, send the kids to the front of the railing.
And speaking of giveaways, let's see who wants to win a drone. Those of you watching us on social media, that's our Facebook and YouTube channels, what is included in a Rev Trio Plus package and what is the cost? That's the Alive trivia for you this morning. What is included in a Rev Trio Plus package, and what is the cost? Plus, the first customer to follow Rev and Our News on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram right now will win a drone.
They give it everything. Are you rich? Once again. He gets the things. Who water? These people won't get me, think they want water. But anyway, give it water. All the kids here, son. All the man can be. Hold on, more gets here. What else? Oh, we can't do this shit. Ladies and gentlemen, give Cham a round of applause, please, for doing such a tremendous job and giving away all the, yeah. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, show some love for Cham 1, ladies and gentlemen. They're located on Young Street. Y'all know where our Sawyer studio used to be? Yeah, right? Yeah, upstairs there. You and I step right down. So listen to boy, what they give you? Y'all get boys?
All right, and as that giveaway continues in Rawson Square, we are still giving away prizes in the Alive giveaway this morning.
Where you from?
We've got another trivia question for you. If you're watching us on Rev Facebook, the My Alive page on Facebook, or the Our News Facebook page, or on YouTube. Our next trivia question: what four companies make up the Cable Bahamas group? What four companies make up the Cable Bahamas group? Be the first to put the correct answer in the comment box and win a smart tag.
Ladies and gentlemen, show your love one more time for Cham 1, ladies and gentlemen.
We'll read that for you again. What four companies make up the Cable Bahamas group?
Okay,
Be the first to put the correct answer in the comment box, and you will win a smart tag.
Oh, that's real. Boy, we did. Boy.
Remember, the caveat for these giveaways is that you are following all of the Rev company Facebook pages, including My Alive, Our News, Facebook, and Instagram.
Come down. Come in. Yeah, come. I almost get call them when they call them out. Come. Yeah, hop over. Jump. All right. 1, 2, 3. All right. Come. Now. That's 4. I say tree.
Hey.
Come, you 4. Not don't worry. All of my money on you. You in the Bahamas, so take your jacket off. You don't need this jacket on. Take it. You don't want it. Take that off. Okay.
All right, and as we are still anticipating the one family Junkanoo group that will make its way down Bay Street and into Rawson Square momentarily, we will take this quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more continuing live coverage of the Aliv 2023 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade.
The music champions of the Bahamas, the Saxons Superstars.
Everything to us to be back on Bay Street. We are the defending champions. We're the music champions, choreographed, Shirley Street, best music, best banner. It is an opportunity for us to show the fans and to show the sponsors that we truly appreciate them. It's an opportunity for our culture to come alive once again and in grand Saxons form.
My journey has no limits. Experience makes me creative, bold, and beautiful. Sharing what I love brings joy. A plan for me just because I've earned it.
Introducing the Liberty Plus plans from Aliv. Switch today.
First we plan, then we innovate, then we build. At Bahamas Striping Group of Companies, we are committed to quality, to safety, and to service. We know that the road you take is just as important as your final destination. At Bahamas Striping Group of Companies, it is our job to make sure the road and the ride are as smooth as possible. From striping roads to building them, we are the right choice, the trusted choice, the only choice to help you build your tomorrow.
When the season is over, Rafa chooses to have all the luxuries a celebrity deserves. He stays at exclusive 6-star accommodations, makes appearances on the red carpet, and of course, only hangs out with his VIPs. Because in the end, true luxury is choosing how to enjoy life. 85 calories, European quality, Amstel Ultra. Choose your way to live.
Have you heard about Janae's Chesapeake Road's 5 days of Christmas give back? Get up to 20% off your toys or bicycles, electronic ride-on cars, four-wheelers, and motor tricycle purchases. All electrical item sales are final. Bring in a current year Janae's back-to-school purchase receipt, valued more than $50 excluding VAT, and get an additional 10% off. Restrictions apply. And don't forget the Christmas decorations, balls, and ornaments. Janae's Chesapeake Road's 5 days of Christmas give back going on now. Extended store hours till 7 p.m. Hurry in and get more bang for your bucks.
It's going to be amazing. The hype is through the roof, you know, after 2 years of downtime and all of the other, I guess, rest and relaxation. Junkanoo is back at it in 2022, and we're preparing for our phenomenal culture that you can only find in the Bahamas, known as Junkanoo.
Best wine.
Use my problem. What about contestant number 3 right here? What about the church? Now hold on, only your song in the team. If you don't like the place, you gotta shut up because I ain't gonna be mixed up. And what about my... Come on here. What about contestant number 5 right here? If I tell you something, all of y'all sound the same.
Just who won that
I've been in all the
competition.
judges right now.
I want to tell you about Quinton Barabbas Woodside. He's been a legend in Junkanoo for quite some time, and some of you at home may know just who I'm talking about. Not only did his group Barabbas and the Tribe compete, but its members also taught Junkanoo to natives and tourists alike. Interesting, we've got some tourists down in Rawson Square participating in that whining competition, but I want to get back to Barabbas, who took a break, but now he's back. Let's take a listen.
I want them to be better than me. I want you all to be better than me. The fellas them in Bryland, they say, boy, when you there, I know who can drag the shoes, because this some big shoes. And they start playing on the piano and singing in Georgia. Yeah, and made me feel good because they appreciate what you have done for them. And so, you know, I love this, God. I love this. And that's why I'm getting back into it. If I got to spend my last dollar to save a child, we need to, but we need help.
And that's really why Barabbas says he is returning to Bay after a hiatus of 15 years from frontline Junkanoo. The man who has been in groups such as the Valley Boys and the Saxons Superstars, the man who was responsible for Roots' music, will be returning to Bay Street for this season's boxing and New Year's Day parades. He has a passion for the country, the culture, and young people.
This country is in trouble with young people. We are in trouble. I don't care what no one. When I see, and if within 2-3 months you have women getting killed, women getting shot at, you never hear about that in the 70s. Think about what I'm saying. I want the country to understand. I ain't never hear about no woman getting jerked up and shot at, only unless this is domestic and probably once in every decade. But now, every other month, you have women. I ain't talking about the gang fellas. I'm talking about a woman or a girl getting stabbed or shoot. Where our country is going. Every day you can hear about the young people in trouble.
More importantly, Barabbas feels the solution to the crime woes plaguing the country is Junkanoo. He firmly feels that Junkanoo saves lives.
I guarantee you, Nicholas Isle is saving lives and saving children. If you walk with us through the street, when we see the young girl in the bed who got shoot up, can't walk no more, had great aspiration of moving forward in life, man, when you see that, only tears can come to your eye. If you have a heart, I'm telling you, this is what we're going through, and people don't even have a clue. A lot of people talk about there ain't no money. Plenty money here. Plenty money here.
So you think Junkanoo saves people?
Oh, definitely. Oh, definitely.
So if Junkanoo has that impact, why did he stop?
You who judging can't judge me. You cheat. That's okay. We had fun doing it. That's okay. Now you get the bleachers, $200,000 plus going home to the person who owned the bleachers. We can't get $1 out of it. Now if we getting $1, they never told me, but I ain't see it. We putting on the show. Then you're rushing in the sun. You're rushing in the sun. All of this is ain't called for. You're coming home, you got to pay BPL, BEC during that time. You got your personal bills. You're back right up. Then your bills, and then as a leader, you have all kind of outstanding bills. And you ain't getting no sponsors the way you ought to get sponsors to carry all these people to Bay Street. So, the fun for me, I just lost it. The competition, I lose it a little while ago. I did it for the fun because it could pull the people together. And that's why I stopped.
Barabbas also shared how his group will look when he returns to Bay.
I want some young children, probably who just come out of school or who in school. We going downtown, and we can give colors and all them other people hell. Young children, we can teach them within, how much more weeks we get? 6, 8 weeks? We had no practice yet. None. Them, they even know how to, some of you know how to beat drum and ring up bell, but watch out Barabbas on the track and the sound in 8 weeks.
And shortly after this first part of the interview was done, we returned to one of Barabbas's practices less than 3 weeks later to get a sneak peek of what he would bring to Bay. Reporting for our news, I'm Sasha Lightbourne.
Ladies and gentlemen, around the land, this is the only true Junkanoo group. Sting in the house. Sting has been from 1992, now I'm producing its own music.
All right, so we are now looking at live pictures in Rawson Square.
Oh my God, it's nobody else.
It seems to be a small D group with a variety of organizations and scenes.
On the market. It is what it is. By Sting.
All this as we are waiting in anticipation for the 2022 Boxing Day winners. One family Junkanoo group make its way down Bay Street and into Rawson Square.
Okay, here we go. Let me give away. We give away gifts.
For now,
money, we give away gifts and everything.
we take a look at
Oh my Lord.
this group and what is prepared for Bay Street this morning.
The most beautiful Junkanoo group, we give it away. Give it away to the poor people of this country, making everybody happy. Okay. Also, we have given away 10,000 so far for the morning. Simply incredible. Yes. Sting Junkanoo. We have Dr. Lewis. Dr. Lewis in the house. And all of them. And ready. Shaking some big cowbell. Look at Dr. Lewis. Your most popular dentist. Here we go. Sting Junkanoo. To our Prime Minister. Our Prime Minister was with us last Christmas, but they couldn't make it to this time. Yeah, it's rough. Who has the mic? Come to the mic, somebody. I must dance now. Okay, there you go. Shut him down.
All right, and as we continue to watch what's taking shape in Rawson Square right now,
Make some noise in the foot dance right now. Make some noise.
I want to go back to our social media community with a prize again. It's our last trivia question. What 4 companies make up Cable Bahamas Group? Get the answer right and win a smart tag.
Benchmark celebrating 25 years, ladies and gentlemen. 25 years. It is what it is. Sting? No, 25 years. We have 32 years from 92. But 25 years of creating and making our own song. That is, okay? I'm registered dancing just now on mine of 78. Next up be 80. Simply incredible. The world's best. Show them one more time.
All right, as we are watching Sting put on its performance in Rawson Square, we've got a winner in the Aliv trivia tonight. The Aliv trivia question was, What four companies make up the Cable Bahamas group of companies? And our winner of an Aliv Smart Tag, Azaria Bartlett. Azaria Bartlett is the winner of our trivia question. What four companies make up Cable Bahamas group of companies? And Azaria Bartlett, you're the winner of a Smart Tag. Be sure and reach out to claim your prize.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Sting!
We are just beginning to see the One Family Junkanoo group making its way down Bay Street right now. The 2022 Boxing Day Champions is on Bay Street this morning with the theme, Happy Hour, come celebrate with us. The costumes that we're expecting to see tonight: Ron Ricardo Bar, Tiki Hut Bar, The Sugar Factory, Senior Frogs, Hard Rock Cafe, and Club Waterloo. We'll also see Champagne, Tequila Rose, Johnny Walker, Captain Morgan, Red Bull, Sip and Paint, Collect, the Bear of the Bahamas, and Royal Seafood Platter, as well as Coke. This is One Family with the theme Happy Hour. Come celebrate with us.
Show some straight on the next time now. Show some, yeah.
There we have it. A happy hour. Come celebrate with us.
It is what it is.
Theme of the One Family Junkanoo Group 2020 Boxing Day Champions. We are just now getting our first look at one family making its way down Bay Street. I know our Megan Shepherd is in the hole. And we'll try to make contact with her a little later on, but for now we are looking at the first pictures of one family.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Warriors come in one family, and they are celebrating happy hour. Free drinks for everybody. Free drinks for everybody.
If you're looking for drinks right now, it's happy hour on Bay Street with one family. I'm told that there's free drinks for everyone. We are looking for costumes depicting Ron Ricardo Bar, Tiki Hut Bar, the Sugar Factory, Senior Frogs, Hard Rock Cafe, and Club Waterloo, Champagne, Tequila Rose, Johnny Walker, Captain Morgan, Red Bull, Sip and Paint, Collect, The Bear, The Bahamas, Royal Seafood Platter, and Coke. This is one family.
We have the world famous Macho Thai.
Hey, Susie, bring the gift. Susie, bring the gift. Bring the gift.
Looking at the 2022 Boxing Day Junkanoo winners, one family making their way now in the Aliv 2023 New Year's Day Parade. They are making their way through Bay Street and into Rawson Square. Their theme this morning, happy hour, come celebrate with us. Earlier I heard that there's a drink for everyone apparently, so if you're looking for something to drink, happy hour is on Bay Street right now. Costumes we're looking for: Ron Ricardo Bar, Tiki Hut Bar, The Sugar Factory, Senior Frogs, Hard Rock Cafe, and Club Waterloo, Champagne, Tequila Rose, Johnny Walker, Captain Morgan, Red Bull, Sip and Paint, Collect, The Bear, The Bahamas, Royal Seafood Platter, and Coke. As my producer is saying, a total party. A full-on party of beverages. This is one family. Junkanoo Group making its way down Bay Street right now in 2023 State Junkanoo Parade. We anticipate one family making its way into Rawson Square. We've got some more winners. If you participated in the Aliv trivia this morning, then listen up. We've got another trivia winner. This one, Keva Major. Keva Major, if you participated in the Aliv trivia this morning, then you are a winner. You can reach out to any Alive representative. Our latest winner, Kevin Major.
That's yours.
And the winners just keep coming. We've got another winner in the Alive trivia this morning. Tiffany Francis purchased an Alive 7-day plan in the My Alive app. Tiffany Francis, you are now the winner of our Samsung S22. Tiffany Francis. All right, we are watching One Family Junkanoo Group make its way down Bay Street. We are going to leave you now with scenes, sights and sounds from One Family. Their theme this morning, Happy Hour. Come celebrate this. All right, you have been watching live scenes from Rawson Square for the Aliv 2023 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade. The One Family Junkanoo group making its way through Bay Street in its theme, Happy Hour. Come celebrate with us. That's going to do it for it. That's going to do it for us in our live coverage here on RTV, channel 212. On behalf of the entire team, I would like to thank you for allowing us into your home for this coverage. We would also like to thank our sponsors, Aliv, Margaritaville, KFC, as well as the JCNP and Collect. For all of us, I'm Candino Knowles. Thank you so much for staying with us. We'll see you on Boxing Day in 2022. 23. I am stuck in 22. All right.
Say bye, everyone.
All right.
If you said the Warriors win the parade, make some noise.